ласка, спускайтесь на шикування.
Добре.
Доброго ранку, шановні спортсмени. Раді бачити вас на стадіоні «Юніс» в цей гарний, прекрасний день. Хочемо подякувати хлопцям Збройних сил України, які нас зараз захищають, які тримають передову. Так само регбістики служать і допомагають нашій армії і захищають нашу Україну.
So the match officials, the league officials just going through the official welcome here. And to state the obvious, the country, of course, still very much at war. Many of the people in Ukrainian Rugby League serving on the front as we pause to remember the fallen in serving the nation.
Слово хочу надати головному тренеру Сокола Ivano-Frankivsk.
Вітаємо всіх учасників змагань з прибуттям на стадіон. Бажаю вам хорошої, спортивної боротьби.
So a minute's silence observed as respectfully as it comes. As you can well imagine, given the terrible tragedy that's unfolded in this part of the world in recent times. I've been calling Ukrainian Rugby League before the Russians invaded, and quite remarkable that the game is still being played despite the country being at war. And as I say, many of the people involved in Ukrainian Rugby League involved in keeping people of Ukraine safe.
Слава Україні! Хлопці, від себе хочу побажати сьогодні гарно зіграти, отримати море задоволення. Будь ласка, без травм, без агресії, з гарним настроєм і хай переможе найкращий. За змагання рахується відкритими, так що, будь ласка, готуємося до перших змагань. Tigers і збірна Харківської області. Донецької області.
Well, very good morning, everybody. Great to have your company. Our pictures coming your way from Lviv in Western Ukraine as we get set for the opening match of Ukrainian Rugby League Nines in season 2025. Some of the players with their shirts off, and for good reason. It's a warm day in this part of the world, which is quite normal, of course, for this time of the year. Just after 10 o'clock local time, Eastern European summertime, and the two teams who will play in the first match just going through their final preparations at the Units Stadium in Lviv. Jason Costigan's my name. Great to have your company no matter where you are in the rugby league universe. 5 teams vying for the trophy on what will be a pretty warm day for rugby league. They're expecting the temperature to get up close to 30 degrees later today. Good morning, a very good morning to our audience in the UK, and particularly the Ukrainian diaspora, and likewise those people in the Southern Hemisphere, especially in Australia. To the Ukrainian community there, a very good evening to you. Late afternoon on the eastern seaboard, and we hope you enjoy our coverage this afternoon, your time, of the Ukrainian Rugby League Nines. The first game coming up between Lviv Tigers and Donetsk region. Lviv Tigers just going through their final preparations as we speak. That's the team you can see close to the sideline on the western sideline. The playing surface, I've got to say, is in excellent condition. And I haven't been briefed by the Ukrainian Rugby League officials, but I'm pretty sure what I'm about to say is still very much the case, as was the situation last time I called rugby league in Ukraine. And that is, if there is a stoppage in play and everyone leaves the field, you don't have to be Einstein to work out what's happening. Everyone will be ordered to a safe place, a bunker of sorts, to take shelter in the event of any missile or drone attack on Lviv. Quite remarkable, isn't it, that rugby league continues to be played in this part of the world. Life goes on despite the terrible situation with the conflict ongoing. War continues to rage and being impacted right across Ukrainian culture and right across the country, and impacting rugby league as well. Some of the players have paid the ultimate sacrifice, and we paused earlier to remember the fallen, remembering Independence Day, the National Day, just over a week away. So that's the team from Donetsk region on the right. Donetsk region on the right of your screen. Lviv Tigers on the left. And we don't see this in rugby league in most places around the world. It's almost like a soccer style inspection of the playing kit and what's under those boots. Anyway, there's the referee's whistle, which signals the traditional jog across the ground from east to west, if you like, as the respective teams now embrace So that's the Lviv Tigers. They'll be pretty hot favourites, I would have thought, to win this game first up. One of the great brands of Ukrainian Rugby League. And in case you're wondering, yes, the team is modelled on the Castleford Tigers. those Super League clubs in the north of England, very much central to the development of the game in Ukraine, with the use of their names. Key adopting the Rhinos moniker, for example, Lviv, the Tigers. And so we're all set here for the first match. Great to have your company. Jason Costigan's my name. Our pictures coming your way from Ukraine in Eastern Europe for the Ukrainian Nines. Lviv is the host city. The referee just doing a quick count and just checking his timepiece. We're a couple of minutes behind schedule. There's the whistle. Here we go, the opening match of the Ukrainian Rugby League Nines. 10 teams chasing one trophy in Lviv, and it's Donetsk with first use of the ball. Donetsk coming away from their own zone. You see these lines across the field. They're not the sort of lines or line marking that we're used to in rugby league. At double line, I've never seen anything like this before, and I've been calling Ukrainian rugby league for a number of years now. I can't remember seeing a double that. I'm not sure what the history of that is, but Donetsk have got the ball and now getting play up towards halfway. In fact, they cross halfway. Now chip in behind the line. There's open pasture here and anxious moments for Lviv Tigers, but the ball goes over the sideline. But that was a near thing. Donetsk, who will be the underdogs in this game, with a trick shot there and almost catching the Tigers off guard. And the referee getting some advice from the touchy. And what's he ruled here? Who's it come off? That's what we want to know. Looks like it's come off the boot or the leg of one of the Tigers. So that's the interpretation or the signalling by the match official. I often talk about signalling from referees, and we can't fault the man in charge in the opening 90 seconds. So it's Donetsk in possession here with a repeat set, if you like. They're on the attack. Let's see if they can profit from this repeat set. They go the short side here, Donetsk. Now engaging the defence, 20 metres out from the goal line, and we've got a referee whistle here. Is that for a high tackle? It's a tap and go. Darting away now very quickly is Russian Lepisi, 12 metres out from the goal line, options left and right. They come the left side, and it's Lepisi once more, and he goes through and scores. Or does he? No try, waved away. The referee not happy. What's the story here? No try. It's a let-off for Lviv. Is that what he's ruled? No try? Not sure if we're going to get a replay rolled in here through our host broadcaster. It's a play the ball here for Lviv Tigers and a let-off for the home side. So almost 3 minutes gone. No score in this match between Lviv Tigers and Donetsk region. Lviv with first use of the ball. It's taken nearly 3 minutes for them to touch the pill. Making some big meters up the middle here. Danger signs here for Donetsk. 40 out from their own goal line. Lviv Tigers looking to get into a groove. This is Kolosovsky up to halfway. Now referee whistle again. Holding down. Well, the referee making sure that everyone knows that he's on television. And the hometown fans, they're certainly not complaining. Lviv get the penalty on halfway. This the first of 10 matches this afternoon or today. Coming up towards 10:30 local time. That's Eastern European summertime, of course. And there will be a couple of stoppages, a couple of intervals, if you like. 5 teams flying the flag for their respective communities. Hisharenko with the tap. Or in fact, he threw the ball across for the tap. And we've got another penalty here to Lviv. It's a tap and go. Away they go. Adamik. Did he get across the line? What's he ruled here? No. It's a penalty, is it, to Lviv? We're watching a replay here of what happened earlier at the other end of the field. Is that a dangerous tackle? What's he ruled here? I don't know what he's ruled here. Referee seemed to be late on the scene. It's a penalty here to Donetsk. Well, we're saying on the scoreboard it's Lviv 2-0, but I don't think that's right. I think the scoreboard's wrong. Happy to be corrected. In fact, it's been given a try. It's been given a try. That's confusion reigning supreme here in Lviv. There was a try. The end on replay showed or suggested it was a try, and the shot at goal's a shocker. No goal. Kozak sprays it at the southern end of the ground, and it remains 4-0. So Lviv get a try. The referee seemed to he kept us guessing, didn't he? I was confused. And we now know that it's a 4-pointer. Try's been given and the shot at goal waved away. And so Lviv play from in front here in Lviv in the opening match of the Ukrainian Nines. Lviv Tigers 4, Donetsk no score. So Donetsk as the team that scored the points. Keeping with Nines, they have possession on the back of that. So let's see what they can offer here in attack. They're 10 metres out from the Lviv goal line. Donetsk with a kick in behind the line into no man's land. Bouncing ball back there for Lviv, but the Tigers have got it under control, a long way from our camera position. Getting up to play the ball, the 22 in Adamik. He's kept busy on this occasion. His players now back on side to try and cut the ball away from the danger zone. That's a wayward pass. Get out of my way. Nice fend there. Nice push away from the ball carrier. Crowd starting to make some noise here in Lviv as we see the local team getting play outside their own red zone. That pass goes over the sideline. That's sloppy from the Tigers, inviting trouble here. Donetsk will gleefully get possession back here as we look at the replay. And the ball just going through the hands of the intended recipient. Seven and a half gone. First match of this nine-a-side tournament today out of Lviv in Ukraine. Great to have your company no matter where you're watching across the Rugby League universe. Maybe having your cornflakes in the north of England. Maybe catching up on the news of Salford and the announcement that they won't be playing Super League this weekend. Plenty of drama in the north of England with Super League as we see Donetsk now about to ask a question or two of the Lviv defence. "18 metres away. Can they come up with an equaliser here?" Donetsk on the attack, 10 metres away. And what's he ruled here? He's pulled a penalty out of somewhere. Is it for offside play? Donetsk have got the ball. Yefanov with a tap. Oh, a little kick in behind the line, trying to thread the needle, but it found the boot of one of the Lviv Tigers. They've got it back, and he's ruled it, what, another penalty here? Oh, no, it's half-time. What's he ruled here? Has he ruled half-time? Well, we've got another 15 seconds to play, but we're not running the game. We're only running the broadcast. So it's half-time in Lviv, and after the opening 9 minutes, it's the Tigers who lead. A low-scoring affair. They lead Donetsk region 4-0 at the break. Our next game coming up, in case you're wondering, it's the team from Ivano-Frankivsk up against the Rivne Giants. That following this one between Lviv and Donetsk. Lviv talking things over. Certainly nothing to write home about that first 9 minutes from Lviv Tigers. Not by their lofty high standards. And we will see Harkov, the defending champions, later in the tournament. They'll be playing in Game 3 against Lviv Tigers. That could well be the game of the tournament. That's the third match coming up between Harkov and Lviv. Here we go, second half action between Donetsk in possession and Lviv Tigers. Donetsk running from left to right for this second period. Warm conditions in Lviv, temperatures in the low 20s, and it will warm up throughout the afternoon, expecting to reach the high 20s, almost nudging 30 in fact, later today. Referee just checking the timepiece. And we are back underway. Second half action in Ukraine, in the Ukrainian Rugby League Nines, and it's the Lviv Tigers in possession here. And Lemkivsky rolls it back. The Tigers coming towards the camera position. They've made a bust. They've made a big bust. Full back to beat. Still going straight up the middle. Donetsk come in some numbers there to render some assistance to the fullback. No penalty forthcoming. Could have easily been a whistle. Almost a professional foul. Now a kick in behind the line from Lviv. There's a chase on from the Tigers. They can't get the ball back there. Kozak was flying through. Here he is in the number 1 shirt, or number 1 jumper, as they say in the Southern Hemisphere, making the stop here on the far side of the field. Donetsk in possession, about 30 out from their own goal line. Only the 1 try so far. Still plenty of clock left in this game. It could go either way. I'm quite surprised, in all honesty, that Donetsk only trail by 4 points. They've had some opportunities, haven't been able to convert quickly. Donetsk now giving the ball some oxygen. Nice spread, nice shift to the right. An important stop by Lviv. Hiroshenko doing the job for the Tigers. Slow play the ball, and that really does help the Lviv defence. And now the ball carrier got rid of 2 would-be defenders. Make that 3. Now he's into the backfield. This is nice stuff here from Donetsk. Lviv caught napping. They really did clock off. And that will be a turnover if it was in possession. And the ball was rifled back, and some evasive work here. Some very nice stepping it was. Couldn't quite pick up the number plate of the player. But a let-off for Lviv Tigers. And if you just joined us and looking at those line markings, yes, you're not the only one scratching your head. I've never seen anything like it before. Kolosovsky rises to play the football, and they cross halfway. Lviv Tigers playing on home turf here this morning. Dodgy play the ball. I'm not sure if that was illegal, but it looked more illegal to me. Now they keep the ball going. Lviv Tigers going straight up the middle. I'd like to have another look at that play of the ball. It didn't look legitimate, but the referee says play on. It comes across now to Kozak. Kozak for the line. Kozak scores. And Lviv get their second 4-pointer of the tournament. Kozak gets the try, and it's now 8-0 with a kick coming up. Kozak getting through the line. As we look at the replay, he just took on the defence, and they had lead in their boots. They wouldn't move up, and they pay the price. You can see the Rivne Giants warming up in the background. That's the team in red. The shot at goal is waved away, so it remains 8-0. Lviv 8, Donetsk no score. So we've got a bit of a delay here. I'm not sure what the delay is all about, but now we eventually get a tap and go. The tap taken by Lipisi and his team up and running. They really need to score next here to make a game of this. 2 unconverted tries to the home team. Donetsk in possession. The ball comes loose and he's ruled a knock on. No strip. I will say the second try to Lviv on the back of a very, very dodgy play of the ball. We didn't get the chance to see the replay, but that was a critical decision by the referee. And on the back of that, Lviv come up with points. So it's a 2-score game on the back of that contentious call. The knock-on means we've got a scrum, and Lviv come away with possession here. And Lviv, oh, Kozak cuts through. Kozak still going. Kozak, can he pop the ball back? Kozak surely will take the tackle. Nice work from the number 1. Now a barnstorming run from one of the big boppers coming through in Kristavka. It's a penalty and a tap and go. Here come the Tigers, and they smell blood in the water, and they get their 3rd try of the morning. And it's Kolosovsky who goes in to make it 12 points to 0. All on the back of that excellent work by Kozak, who's arguably the best player on the field. Kolosovsky now with a very straightforward shot at goal. And on this occasion, he raises the flags. So it's all the Lviv Tigers. They are dominating proceedings here. All of a sudden they flick the switch and they lead 14-0. We look at the replay, there was a suggestion of an obstruction there, but the referee let play continue. And then Kozak, well, he was a handful, wasn't he? And in the end, Yefanov got hold of him, but it took some effort. And then the try converted. Hence, we've got a 3-score game. Now, what's he ruled here on the back of that? Well, hello, off to the races goes Lipisi. So Donetsk in possession, 20 metres away, probing for some gaps in the Lviv defensive line. Lipisi a dummy half. So they have a crack on this open side. Lviv on their own goal line. So all of a sudden it's battle stations here for the Tigers. And a knock on a dummy half, I do believe. So the pressure off Lviv. The pressure well and truly off Lviv. And we'll have a scrum with the Tigers getting the feed. "4-0 it was at the break. Since then, we've seen 2 tries to the Tigers. And on the back of the scrum, they've dropped the lollies. Can you believe it? A regulation catch. And the door slightly ajar for Donetsk, but time is of the essence. Big shift to the left. Donetsk now need to play with some adventure to try and make a game of this. They need to score on this play. And don't forget, winning and losing margins, of course, do come into it. So Lviv, conversely, looking to keep a clean slate. Donetsk wondering if they can actually cross the line. Let's see what they've got to offer here. A run across the field by the Donetsk player. Try and pick up his number. He's over the sideline, is he? What's the touch judge rule there? I thought the player went over the sideline. Yefanov, he must have been close. I'd like to have another look at that. Now we've got a penalty against Lviv. Surely it's a tap and Donetsk. Donetsk looking for the try. A great sense of urgency. A determined run. Getting up to play the football here is Konstantin. They go the open side. Clunky attack. Donetsk going backwards. Pounding defence here from Lviv. Another penalty. Never seen so many. Well, in fact, it's full time, I beg your pardon. The referee just checking the timepiece, and it's all over in Lviv in game 1 of the Ukrainian Rugby League Nines, and a convincing win in the end for Lviv Tigers. Wasn't so pretty, wasn't so impressive in the opening half, but in the end, they finish convincing winners. So, as is the case in this part of the world, the two teams showing respect at full time. But the first game done and dusted here in Lviv. As we recap the score, 3-0 in the first match, and a win for Lviv Tigers. They beat Donetsk region 14-0. A few people have come through the turnstiles to watch nine-a-side rugby league. Many of them, of course, with family involved. And as I said a number of times already in our broadcast, it's a warm day, and it will get warmer as the day unfolds, with temperatures expected to nudge 30 degrees. That's the Giants, the Rivne Giants. They come from the city of Rivne, about 210 kilometres to the east, northeast of here. Pretty sure that's who they are. Second game coming up between Ivano-Frankivsk and the Rivne Giants. We've got about a 5-minute changeover if you're wondering about the intermission between games, or the gap between matches, between their conclusion and the next one starting. So the Rivne Giants is the team in maroon and yellow on the right. Or so we believe. So here we go, the match between Ivano-Frankivsk and Rivne Giants. So we've got a bit of a hold up here. I'm not sure what the delay is, but just trying to work out what's going on in Lviv. This is game 2 coming up right now. The team in red and black running from left to right is Ivano-Frankivsk. And with first use of the football is Rivne Giants. We're underway, game 2 at the Ukrainian Rugby League Nines. Well, I'll tell you what, Ivano-Frankivsk had the chance to get the ball there from the kickoff, but weren't quite able to get the job done. Oh, a barnstorming run straight up the middle. It's come off one of the Ivano-Frankivsk players, so Rivne Giants have got the ball back. They've maintained possession, but that was a cracking run straight up Main Street in the opening 30 seconds from Rivne Giants. Rivne Giants look to be revved up to halfway. The Giants on the march in Lviv already. In the opening seconds here, the opening 60 seconds, they cross halfway. Plenty of purple Giants from our observations so far. Now we've got a whistle from the man in charge. Is that offside? What's he ruled here? Can't quite work that out, but it looks to be an offside interpretation. So Rivne Giants looks like they're having a committee meeting to decide what they're going to do and who's going to do what. It's a touch finder, and the kick for touch is a shocker. Failed to find the line, and Ivano-Frankivsk, they've got the ball back. Well, it's a cardinal sin in rugby league, failing to find touch, and that's the sort of stuff that will give any coach grey hair. Ivano-Frankivsk now getting play 30 out from their own goal line. Good heavy contact in the middle of the field. Almost 2 minutes gone, no score. And the player in possession almost lost his shorts. Ivano-Frankivsk spreading the ball, going straight up the middle now. Powerhouse run here. It's a very good run. Now chip over the top. How's the bounce? The bounce is no good for Ivano-Frankivsk. So Rivne Giants will get the ball back. Alexander Klementenko, no doubt glad to see that ball go dead in goal. Looks like we're going to have another committee meeting to decide how to restart play. Going to roll the ball back 20 out from their own goal line. Not sure if I've seen that too many times, but anyway. That's how they roll in Ukrainian Rugby League. And now another referee's whistle. Rivne Giants with... here we go, down the sideline. Klementenko making some serious inroads. Wasting no time there to get on with the job. Finally, there's no committee meeting. Levchik, he gets banged down for his troubles. Right in front of the sticks, 20 metres out from the goal line. They'll go the right side. No, in fact, they come back towards the middle. Some great stepping straight up the middle. My goodness, did he get there? Well, that caught everyone off guard, including yours truly. It's a penalty here to Rivne Giants. It's a gift 2 points if they so desire, but I reckon they might keep the pressure on. That's exactly what they do. The Giants want 4, maybe 6, and they get the reward. Well, what's he ruled here? The referee's nowhere near the would-be try. Touch judges coming in. Now they're having a conference. And the referee points to the spot. Well, that was my gut instinct. The referee didn't seem to be interested, but the touchy has provided some advice. And we have the opening try of this one. Giants are on the board. They play from in front. Rivne Giants leading Ivano-Frankivsk 4 points to 0. And the shot at goal from Pocatilo is on the money. He adds the extras. Does Dimitro. And so it's 6-0 to the Giants over Ivano-Frankivsk. Ivano-Frankivsk. They play out of a city to the south-southeast of Lviv, about 135 kilometres to be precise. And I'm sure here, on this occasion, they're not turning up just to make up the numbers. They're on a mission. And let's see if they can come up with points, and they will. There's the reply. There's the try that they needed. And Ivano-Frankivsk, just what the doctor ordered. And it's Butchuk. Butchuk goes in to score the try. Vitaly helps himself to 4 points. And it was pretty easy in the end. He dots down the number 13, Vitaly Butchuk, evading would-be defenders. And that does make it interesting. Shot at goal coming up now for Alexander Lewandowski. And from close range, he has hit the post. So it remains a 2 game in this second match as we look at the replay. Plenty of elevation, and unfortunately for his team, it hit the upright. So for Ivano-Frankivsk, it remains a 2-point deficit. Back into the next chapter of this one. Rivne Giants in possession. Oh, down the sideline we go. There's no one going to stop this man. He's going to run away and the corner for the Rivne Giants. And Pocatilo extends the lead for the Giants. A runaway try, I do believe. Look at him go. Around the outside. And there was no stopping him except that big concrete wall. And that was necessary because the try line was before it. So it's 10 points to 4, or is it? What's he ruled here? We've got it at 10 points to 4. Well, it's no try. I beg your pardon. I repeat, no try. Pocatilo is denied. Not sure why. And Ivano-Frankivsk will have the put in. Terrible pass, and luckily for Ivano-Frankivsk, they've lost possession. Was there a knock on?
Yeah.
Well, we've got a penalty. I've got no idea why. Must be offside play. On the far side of the field. And the touch finder is on the money. And so they will get underway here just inside Giants territory. We're in the back end of the half of this second match of the Ukrainian Rugby League 9. It's great to have your company. Jason Costigan's my name. Great to be calling Ukrainian Rugby League once again. Now thanks to Arta Matasurian, Mr. Rugby League in Ukraine, for the opportunity once more. And to Yuri and Vitaly and the team with our host broadcasters. Great to be working with you guys once again. Ivano-Frankivsk on the attack. A wayward pass, and I think there's a knock on there. In fact, that's exactly how the referee sees it. And the Ivano-Frankivsk players not happy with the execution there. A couple of the players really venting their spleen. And that surely is half time. It is half time. And it's a one-score game in this one. And it's the Giants who lead at the break. Rivne Giants leading Ivano-Frankivsk 6-4 at the break. The Tala scoreboard makes for interesting reading in the game here that could go either way. And while we have a half-time break here, we should also point out that the Ukrainian national team, that's 13 aside, they'll be back in action in the Northern Autumn, playing in Udine in northern Italy in the Euros. That's the Rugby League Euros, of course. And in their case, they'll be doing battle with the host nation, Italy, the Azzurri, and also Greece. And I know, talking to Leo Epifania, the Italian coach, during the week, that should be one heck of a tournament. Leo very much looking forward to being back in Italy, and I'm sure the Greeks would be very much relishing the challenge in front of them, and so too Ukraine, given their unique circumstances. That's the Rugby League Euros. And in this particular case, the three teams competing in northern Italy, the Azzurri, Greece and Ukraine. That'll be in October in the city of Udine. So we're back underway. The second half action, the second installment of this game. And Ivano-Frankivsk in possession, trailing by 2 points. Let's see how they come out after talking things over at the break. They're up towards halfway. I mentioned Leo Epifania, the Italian coach. I got to say that Dan Beardshaw, big shout out to Dan. I'm not sure if he's tuned in. British-born, Australian-based coach, Dan Beardshaw. As we see a mistake here from Ivano-Frankivsk, and the kick coming through from Rivne Giants. They probably would like to have that go over again. They probably should have dived on the loose ball. Just coming back to Dan Beardshaw, I know that he is chomping at the bit. Can't wait to take the Ukrainian team into battle in those Euros coming up in the Northern Autumn in October. And it will be rather interesting to see who does take the field for Dan Beardshaw. Ukrainians, I know they're very proud of the Ukrainian connection to the likes of the Cleary boys, and I'm talking about Nathan and his brother Jet. And Jet hasn't played first grade yet for the New Zealand Warriors. That's where he is at the moment. And I wouldn't all be surprised if Jet Cleary takes the field for Ukraine in northern Italy later this season. Here we go, Rivnir Giants on the attack. Giants with a 2-point advantage, looking to extend the lead. Getting closer to that Ivano-Frankivsk try line. 20 metres away. Rivnir Giants looking to turn the screws. They come the open side. Now one of their big men. Nice work there from the number 11. He did well for the Rivnir Giants in Pocatilo. Now we've got a penalty to Rivnir. In fact, it's a turnover. My apologies. And you'll notice, of course, if you haven't noticed already, the clock on the Tala scoreboard is counting up. Oh, here we go. Here's a bust. And here comes a try. There's no one in front of the ball carrier. And he'll go all the way, assuming there is no infringement. And a little bit of showmanship. Hasn't put the ball down yet for Ivano-Frankivsk. Yakoviv. Well, we're not even seeing live pictures of him scoring. He's just busted through the defence. I don't see any problem with it. And, well, the referee is obviously given the try. We've got the conversion coming up now from Alexander Lewandowski. And it's a lovely kick, albeit from close proximity. And Ivano-Frankivsk lead 10 points to 6. Well, that's probably something we didn't expect into the second half. Rivnir Giants find themselves trailing on the scoreboard. Here they go. Let's see what the response is. Rivnir Giants with some work to do. A narrow corridor down the short side. And they're going to come up with points. How did that even happen? A remarkable try down the short side. Some finger pointing here from Ivano-Frankivsk. Look at the replay, the pass, maybe a question mark whether it was forward or not. But nice work down the short side. And Pocatilo helps himself to 4 points. Even Stevens in Lviv. Ivano-Frankivsk conceding the try. And now Pocatilo looking to add the extras. The kick is a shocker. Never looked likely. Terrible strike, it must be said, and it remains 10 apiece after 14 and a bit. He's a good runner of the ball. My first look at him, I can't remember calling him previously. Pocatilo. But it was an attacking raid down that short side that certainly caught the defence off guard. Ivano-Frankivsk now, they are in possession on the back of conceding points. And in a game that could go either way, who knows, maybe next scorer wins. Ivano-Frankivsk with some great ball movement. Oh, some razzle-dazzle. Oh, my goodness. A try here to Ivano-Frankivsk. And Lewandowski goes all the way. No try. He says no try. Can you believe it? What's he ruled here? He says no try. Well, for all money, the numbers were going up on the scoreboard. We look at the replay, it was pretty to watch. In fact, it was Dotsiak, my apologies, Dotsiak, and he got away from his opposite number in Kaval, and they say no try. I'm none the wiser. You at home scratching your head, you're not alone. Huge let-off, massive let-off for Rivne Giants. They dodge a bullet. Giants in possession, 10 short of halfway. Time ticking away. The mark has been taken out. Anywhere else in the world, it's probably a penalty against the Giants, against the team in possession. And on this occasion, they get away with it. Have a look at this on the replay. Watch this. In fact, I beg your pardon, the marker has taken a dive. Now there's a knock-on at dummy half. What a bizarre period of play we've just witnessed. What about this? Was the marker onside? Was he entitled to make the tackle? Well, the referee's given a put in here to Ivano-Frankivsk. I'm not sure if the Rivne Giants coaching staff, I'm not sure if we've got pictures of them, but I reckon they'd be going off their head. Ivano-Frankivsk with a great chance here. 5 metres. Rivne Giants side of halfway, and Ivano-Frankivsk in this game up to their eyeballs. 10 apiece it is. And what's he ruled here? He wants to come back to the mark. Inside the final 60 seconds of the contest. What's he ruled? I'm not sure what he's ruled here. I'm not trying to pick on the referees, but sometimes very difficult for us to understand or to comprehend what's going on. Is that full time? No, we're going to have a scrum. We're going to have a scrum. And there may well be one play left in this game. Just the one play. Player leaving the field here for Ivano-Frankivsk. Rivne Giants in possession. Giants now really need to throw caution to the wind. Winding up is the ball carrier. An offload in traffic. Rivne Giants. Rivne Giants still going, and they'll score and win the game with Vedla. Vedla dots down, and Rivne Giants steal victory right at the death. Can you believe it? They've dug themselves out of a hole here in Lviv. They've done it the hard way, but they've got the job done. Some terrific work from Danilo Vedla. Vedla goes in to score. He had a lot of work to do. Look at this. He got rid of 2 would-be defenders, make that 3, and after that, it was open pasture. That's the play of the game, probably the play of the tournament so far, in getting the Rivne Giants home in a close one. 14-10. Kick to come. Not sure if we've seen the kick. No kick. And that is full time in the second match. 2 men together now, paying their respects to one another. And it's Rivne Giants in a close one, getting home, but only just, with a try in the final 60 seconds. They win this 14 over Ivano-Frankivsk. Pretty good game, that second one. Hope you enjoyed it. Live and free on social media, courtesy of Ukrainian Rugby League. And our host broadcast team, to Yuri and Vitaly and the crew, working hard on a warm day in Lviv. Great to be working with you guys once again. So that's 2 out of 10 matches done and dusted in Lviv. We'll have 2 more games and then we'll have a break, which is something that we all need, including yours truly. Costigan's my name. Flying solo here in commentary, broadcasting Ukrainian Rugby League, which we've had the privilege and pleasure of doing for quite a number of years now, going back before the Russian invasion, in fact. I remember fondly my first foray into this caper in Ukraine, and the invitation to visit Ukraine after our first crack at calling Ukrainian Rugby League. The world's certainly changed since then. We haven't been able to take up that invitation, needless to say. But God willing, we shall do so as soon as that becomes possible. Just after 11 o'clock local time. Temperature heading north. You can see the players, number of players with their shirts off, which underscores the warm conditions, but very typical for this time of the year. Just after 6 o'clock in the evening on the eastern seaboard in Australia. And again, a big shout out to the Ukrainian diaspora in that part of the world. They very much follow those players with Ukrainian heritage. That's in Ukraine itself, players of Ukrainian heritage playing the game professionally, the likes of Nathan Cleary and Hudson Young. Hudson Young, of course, one of the star forwards of the Canberra Raiders. Nathan Cleary, arguably the best player on the planet. 4-time premiership winner with the Panthers, whose winning streak, of course, came to an end this weekend in the NRL competition in dramatic, in fact, controversial circumstances. Plenty has been said in the aftermath of that one. And earlier I did mention Nathan's brother, Jet Cleary, who seems to be in a holding pattern at Go Media Stadium, waiting for his first grade debut. One wonders when that will happen, if it does happen. But what we do know is that we will have every chance of seeing someone like Jet Cleary playing for Ukraine at the end of the season in the Rugby League Euros. Now, we're not sure what's going on right now because this looks to be the obvious. It looks to be a training drill here for Harkov Legion. So we're just trying to find out what's actually going on in Lviv. The game isn't scheduled to start for another 4 minutes. So maybe Harkov Legion is just out there trying to get rid of any cobwebs in the system. And remembering their opponents will be Lviv Tigers, who played in the very first game so far. tell you what, there's one player in the Harkov team that I'm really looking forward to seeing in action, and that's the man who's probably the best player still in Ukrainian Rugby League, Alexander Skorbach. The silky skills of Skorbach have won many admirers far and wide in recent years. So Harkov Legion, or Harkov region, leaving the playing surface after that little warm-up, and kick off a couple of minutes away in Game 3 of the Ukrainian Rugby League Nines. So we're just a minute or so away from kickoff, scheduled kickoff that is, in the match between Harkov Legion and Lviv Tigers. And I reckon this may well be the best game of the day. So if you're thinking about maybe firing up the barbie in the Southern Hemisphere on Australia's eastern seaboard, or having a cup of tea and morning tea in the north of England, don't worry about flicking that kettle on. Settle back for what should be a very entertaining game, this one, between Harkov and Lviv. Harkov, the defending champions, and boasting, the man I say is the best player in Ukrainian Rugby League. So we can hear the referee's whistle in the background as the Lviv Tigers come onto the playing arena for Game 3 of the Ukrainian Nines. And I'm sure deep down they know this will be one heck of a challenge up against Harkov. Now Harkov coming across to the right of your screen in the maroon strip. Harkov region versus Lviv Tigers. Game number 3 coming up right now in the Ukrainian Rugby League Nines. Jason Costigan is my name. Great to have your company no matter where you are watching across the Rugby League universe. Thanks for joining us. That's Alexander Skorbach, the player who has got his head turned back towards the grandstand, wearing shirt number 6. And you'll notice, if you're new to Ukrainian Rugby League, that Harkov have this history of playing in shirts with Roman numerals. Rather unique in the Rugby League universe. Skorbach, the man who's the second from the left of the Harkov lineup there, in the maroon as they run out towards the middle for kickoff in game number 3. Lviv Tigers on the left of your screen, Harkov on the right, and that's Skorbach, the man you must be keeping a close watch on in the number 6 jersey or the number 6 shirt, depending on your vernacular, depending on what part of the world you are. Please forgive us if sometimes we use words that perhaps you may not be familiar with. We'll try and be as international as we can. Game 3 about to get underway. Looking forward to this one. As soon as I saw the draw, I thought this is the game we really need to be switched on. That's Kozak with the ball, who will get us underway for Lviv. Referee just checking the timepiece. We're about 3 minutes late, behind schedule, and now we are officially underway. Harkov with first use of the footy. Using their big men going straight up the middle, eating up the metres here in Lviv. And straight away, they're up to halfway and beyond. Skorbach, first receiver. Oh, great ball. And he's got backup as well. Skorbach straight away, the architect coming to the fore, finding a hole runner. As I say, I could wax lyrical about his silky skills all day. Here he goes, Skorbach again, and he can create something out of nothing. And there's the first try of the game to Harkov. They will play from in front. And the man who engineered it, the best player in Ukrainian Rugby League, Alexander Skorbach. So we'll just need to adjust that scoreboard. Shot at goal. I'm not sure if it was successful or not, but the score is in favour of Harkov, not Lviv. We've got Lviv leading 6-0, but that is incorrect. The shot at goal was successful. So we're back underway. And we'll get that scoreboard changed in a moment. And there we go, right on. Here's a penalty, and it's against Legion. Harkov conceded the penalty here. And so Kozak looks to get on with it. Touch finder is a very good one. In fact, it's a shocker. He's biting off more than he could chew. He has failed to find touch. The angle looked to be deceptive in our commentary position. Skorbach has got the ball, probably can't believe his luck. And Lviv, dreadful, absolutely dreadful that was. It remains 6-0, and Harkov have got the pill. And still early days, but in those couple of touches already, Skorbach showing us why he's the most gifted player in the land. Here he is, again at first receiver. And again, he finds a hole runner. And again, they'll come up with points. Their second try of the day. And just like that, Skorbach, he just finds somebody in a hole and they just do the rest. They hit double digits in Lviv. some of these numbers a little tricky to pick up. I know my Roman numerals, but sometimes the angle with the camera a little bit deceptive. Shot at goal is successful, and it's a neat dozen for Harkov. Harkov Legion 12, Lviv Tigers no score. So we're 4.5 gone, so midway through the opening stanza, and Lviv with plenty of work to do. Lviv really need to crack them here, and that's a penalty, a lifting tackle it was, and between the legs. No penalty forthcoming though. Pass is a shocker out of dummy half, and a fortuitous bounce for Lviv. Tigers in possession. What have they got? Another wayward pass. Luckily they maintain possession. And is that a turnover? What's he ruled here? Turnover of possession. So Kasparuk has to surrender the ball. And he's having a bit to say to his teammates there. The number 30 turned around and looks like he's given someone a spray. He's having a bit to say. Gesturing towards somebody back in the defensive line. So Harkov in possession here on the back of all that. 30 out from their own goal line. Another whistle. Touch finder is a good one. Yeah, I don't mind the idea of the novel concept of the Roman numerals, but from a broadcasting point of view, they are not ideal. It's not ideal, and but we work with what we've got. This is Legion 13 or Harkov on the attack here, 40 metres out from the Lviv goal line. Skorbach has got the ball, cut out pass going wide, and here's trouble once more for Lviv. And the ball runner beats one, can't get rid of a second tackler. And he has to get up and play the football. Far side of the field. Skorbach. And that goes astray. In fact, we'll go over the sideline almost. Lviv have got the scraps. Flags in the air. What's he ruled here? Surely it's a Lviv possession here. Touch judge providing some advice to the man in charge. Big discussion over something fairly straightforward. We're going to have a scrum, and Lviv will have the put in after all that. Some running repairs for one of the Tigers. And I'll tell you what, when we talk about the impact of the war, as we see a mistake here, by Lviv Tigers, a fundamental mistake. I'll come back to that in a moment with infrastructure and basic things like water that so many of us take for granted. Here's a chance, and they're going to cash in here once more. Another try, the third try of the game for Harkov, on the back of that mistake by the Tigers. And Harkov are just running amok here and against they are having a day out at the Ukrainian Rugby League Nines. $16-0 it is to Harkov. And the extras are waved away, and that is half time. It's one-way traffic in Lviv, and the host club with a mountain to climb. At half time, in game number 3 at the Ukrainian Rugby League Nines, Harkov dominating proceedings. They lead Lviv Tigers 16 points to 0. We'll correct that scoreboard in a moment. 16-0 to Harkov over Lviv at the break. Just confirming that score at half-time in Lviv in this third match of the tournament. It's Harkov Legion dominating proceedings, leading Lviv 16 points to 0. Well, it's been quite a bizarre period of play there. We apologise for the loss of commentary earlier and the technical issues. Again, apologies for that. And it's half time here, I believe. Four. Scoreboard. Almost half time. So Donetsk have got the ball here, 10 short of halfway. They seem to have some big boys in this Ivano-Frankivsk side, so they've got their work cut out here, Donetsk. They've got some light steppers in their team, making some inroads on this occasion. Lipisi looking to set it up for his teammates. Lipisi cops a bear hug for his troubles. Donetsk looking for their second try. Last has been signalled by the man in charge. What have they got to offer? How good's this kick going to be? The kick in behind the line. The kick is going to be touch and go. Referee had a good view of this. What's he ruled? I think it's a no try. I think he knocked on. No, he got the try. I'm sure he lost the ball. I'm sure it was a knock on. And the referee says, no way, it's 4 points. Controversy. Big controversy here in Lviv. Bouncing ball for mine. I can't see how that was a try. It was very much touch and go at the very least. And all of a sudden, Donetsk, they snatched the lead. 8 points to 6. High drama here in Lviv. In fact, the shot at goal may be justice for Ivano-Frankivsk. It's waved away. And now, is that a yellow card? Is that a yellow card for one of the Ivano-Frankivsk players? I believe it could be. 8-6 it is. Donetsk, they hold the ascendancy after a controversial try. Look at this replay here. Well, it's inconclusive on that angle. And the referee, obviously a lot closer than us. I thought it was no try, and I thought the kick initially would be way too deep. And the try has been given. Ivano-Frankivsk get a player sent to the sin bin. Wow. We're back underway after some high drama. Now a little bit of aggro. Ivano-Frankivsk feeling rather aggrieved. They keep the ball alive and they'll score. Oh, great work. Adventurous play from Ivano-Frankivsk. And they get the result. They come up with the points. They come up with the try adjacent to the sticks. And they retake the lead in Lviv. Dotsiak coming up with the finish. And then the Donetsk defender thought he was going to play tunnel ball. Shot at goal is, well, trying to work that out. Trying to work that out if it was waved away or not. Looks like it was no goal. So Ivano-Frankivsk leading 10 points to 8. They find the sideline, Donetsk. And now a little bit of argy-bargy. Lipisi saying to his opponent to cool it. And now there's some brotherly love. We're all friends after that. Ivaniuk really testing the patience of Lipisi. And that's half time. That is half time. What a game. And Ivano-Frankivsk with the ascendancy at the break, but only just against Donetsk. 10 points to wait it is here in Lviv. Okay, second half action back underway here in Lviv, and it's a deep restart here from Donetsk region, catching Ivano-Frankivsk off guard, I dare say. And it's the latter who've got the ball here, but they're going close to that sideline, very, very close to the sideline on the far side of the field, but they maintain possession. Knock on a dummy half. The touch judge wasn't far away, and she missed it, so did the referee. I'm sure there was a knock on there. And it would appear that they both missed the fumble by the dummy half. Ivano-Frankivsk have got the ball here about 41 metres out from their own goal line. And they spin it towards the camera position in Lviv. They'll play it now inside enemy territory. And on the last, there's a chip in over the top here. Into open pasture, bouncing ball could end up anywhere. Who's going to pick up the scraps here? They've still got the ball here. The referee's going to pull it back. He's going to call it back here for a knock on or a changeover. Is that what he's ruling? Not sure what was happening there, but they've still got the ball. Ivano-Frankivsk. Now a crossfield kick. And it's been diffused nicely by Donetsk. That could have been a dangerous thing for the team in black and white, but they've got the ball here and they will treasure possession, you would imagine. They trail by 2, the team in possession. They've had their moments in the opening half and a bit in this game. This is the final match before our little break. We'll have a 20 or 25-minute adjournment, if you like. Lipisi looking to set it up. He finds a ball carrier. They're 7 short of halfway. There's a sense of urgency here for Donetsk. Some slow motion rugby league, 9-a-side style, Lipisi. And, oh, was that a dangerous tackle? It was certainly an uplifting experience for the Donetsk player. And on the receiving end, well, Beletsky getting a close-up at the turf. There's a kick in behind the line. It's a bouncing ball. It's an awkward ball here for Ivano-Frankivsk. Donetsk have got the ball back and they go close to the sideline. They've got the ball here, the team in black and white, but it's a handover. This, by the way, is the second leg of the 9-a-side competition in Ukraine this year. First one, or the first leg, was back in early May. And coming up later on today, of course, will be the presentation of the trophy to the winning team. Conditions far removed from the opening leg back in early May, of warm to very warm day in Lviv. Now a penalty it is to Ivano-Frankivsk. They lead by 2. It's a tap and go. And going straight up the middle. ...30 metres away, Ivano-Frankivsk, a dummy for a kick, and they run towards the sticks at the northern end. They lead by 2 points here. That's what we've got them on the scoreboard, leading by 10 points to 8. Referee not happy with the play of the ball. They want them to go back and do it all again. So that gives the Donetsk defence an opportunity to reset and regain their composure. Here's a chance out wide for Ivano-Frankivsk, and they'll score, busting over the goal line. Nice work. Dotsiak crashes over. Try's been given. We look at the replay, and he was just a handful. He was just too much. Dotsiak getting across the line despite the valiant attempt by Lipisi to stop the try. And now the lead is a converted try and a very important kick coming up here for Ivano-Frankivsk, because this will make it, if he gets it, a 2-score game. Besnichuk's kick is waved away. Off comes the shirt, and these testing conditions as he gets a spell. So it remains a 1-score game. This the 4th game, the 4th of 10 matches today. Coming up to 12:15 local time. A kick in over the top here from Donetsk. There's a chance here. Can they regather? The ball's been killed. Well, that had to be done. Safety first at the back from Ivano-Frankivsk, taking no chances whatsoever. There'll be 6 more coming up here for Donetsk as we look at the end on replay. Bouncing ball, could have gone anywhere. And luckily for Ivano-Frankivsk, they had Lewandowski rushing back to force a goal line dropout for his team. They'll take that because the alternative, well, it could have been 4 points, it could have been 6 points. So the goal line restart coming up here for Ivano-Frankivsk. One of their players slow to get back on side. In fact, he's offside, but the referee says play on. Donetsk have got the ball. Donetsk going close to the sideline. They need to stay away from the sideline. They need to treat that sideline like a precipice. Lipisi looking to set it up. They run at the teeth of the Ivano-Frankivsk defence. Another penalty. Too many penalties for mine. 9-a-side rugby league. We're here to see free-flowing rugby league. I'll tell you what, I've been patient here today, but we want to see free-flowing rugby league. But there seems to be a penchant for blowing the whistle time and time again. And it does nothing in terms of the fluency of the game. They might do it over on the dark side, but that's their business. Donetsk have got the ball here, 5 metres away. They spill the lollies. Oh dear, oh dear. Budnik comes up with a spill. There's a kick in behind the line here. And it's becoming very, very scrappy. Lots of knock-ons, lots of whistles. Ivano-Frankivsk have got the ball. And don't be surprised if we see the knockout punch coming up here in a moment. This is number 5 for Ivano-Frankivsk. I'd like to tell you who he is, but we don't have a name. And that's a shame. Here's a spread, here's a shift, and here's a spill. Well, it has been a scrappy affair, this one. And it's not getting any better. Ivano-Frankivsk leading by 14 points to 8. We're just waiting for confirmation of that score from the league officials. I just had a little bit of a query in the back of my mind. I'm not sure if that's exactly right, but we believe it is the score. The team in red, well, we were told black and orange, but anyway, Lipisi's away for Donetsk. Lipisi, can he do it himself? Lipisi looking for the play of the game, the play of the tournament. Can't get the ball back. A valiant attempt. He's tried his heart out this afternoon. He did everything but get the ball back. That would have been a miracle, but it wasn't to be. Just couldn't get there. And Ivano-Frankivsk now, not surprisingly, they launched the counter-attack. Now it's really opened up. They're back up to halfway. They lose the ball. Donetsk have got the ball back, but again, a referee whistle. What's he ruled here? It's either a penalty for a strip or it's a knock-on. Surely, to goodness, it's either. It's A or B. He lost the ball. Must be a penalty for a strip. Here's a kick in behind the line. Donetsk. They've got 100 metres to run. Time is against them. They need a big miracle here. They're going down the sideline, skirting with danger. Unbelievable play there. But again, all to no avail because that is the final whistle. They kept trying right at the end, right at the death here, Donetsk. Some evasive skill and then some here in the final play of the match. But in the end, Ivano-Frankivsk, with the temperature going north towards 30 degrees on a very warm afternoon in Lviv, Ivano-Frankivsk, they get the job done against Donetsk region. They win this 14 points to 8. We will take a break of about 25 minutes or so. And when we come back, game 5 of the tournament, and it's Ivano-Frankivsk. Yes, they're back in action up against the defending champions, Harkov region. That follows our interval as our coverage of the Ukrainian Rugby League 9 continues. Stay with us, a break of about 25 minutes or so, and then game 5 of the tournament, live and free from Lviv in Western Ukraine. Welcome back to our continuing live and free coverage of the Ukrainian Rugby League Nines, where the combatants are lined up, getting ready for kickoff in this match between Ivano-Frankivsk and Harkov region. That's Ivano-Frankivsk. They've got a big job in front of them here in this game. They will know that. And remembering, they played just before our interval. Maybe you had a chance to have a cup of tea or some supper in the Southern Hemisphere, a coffee, maybe something a bit stronger. The man in charge is on the halfway line, getting ready for kickoff. It will be Harkov, the defending cup champions, who will no doubt fancy themselves in this game. They are running from right to left on your screen, on your device. Ivano-Frankivsk with the kickoff, Harkov to receive. Jason Costigan is my name. Great to have you with us. This is Game 5 on Day 2 of the Ukrainian Rugby League Nines, and we are underway. A deep kickoff. Oh, straight through them. My goodness, he's gone through them like a bad curry from the get-go, from the kickoff. Can you believe it? The defending champions have scored as easy as you like. Wow. Well, some of the fans perhaps getting back into the grandstand, maybe having a drink or a cup of tea or something during that break, might have missed that. They'll have to enjoy the replay, courtesy of our host broadcaster. But a runaway try from the kickoff. Shot a goal is successful, or is it? No, so the touch judges, I'd like to have a look at that again. Wow, well, I'm just gobsmacked with what we've just seen. It's 4-0 to Harkov. Less than 60 seconds gone, and it just gets worse here for Ivano-Frankivsk. They've come up with a knock-on after conceding possession. 90 seconds gone. 4-0 is the score. If we get a chance, we'd love to see that replay of that first try. Caught everybody off guard, I suspect. From the scrum, Skorbach has got the ball. Skorbach looking to set it up. That pass was knocked down. It's 6 to go. It should be 6 to go. Play on's the call. Harkov running amok early days in this match. 2 minutes gone. They lead 4-0. Ivano-Frankivsk, they are backpedaling. Pass to nobody over the sideline. And Skorbach showing his soccer skills, keeping the ball in play. Might even be a try assist here. Was that a knock-on against Ivano-Frankivsk? I reckon it was a knock-on. And the referee says no. Wow, we've had a bit happen in the first 2.5 minutes. Only the one try. 4-0 it is. Harkov over Ivano-Frankivsk. Game 5, Day 2 of the Ukrainian Rugby League Nines. Now pictures coming your way out of Western Ukraine, out of the city of Lviv, where the temperature's pushing closer towards 30 degrees. By the minute, I suspect. It's a warm day, a lot of players feeling the heat, spectators trying to get some shelter, some shade. Ivano-Frankivsk spreading the ball. Now kick over the top, straight down the throat of the fullback for Harkov. So now making more inroads. My goodness, they're missing tackles here. Left, right and centre, Ivano-Frankivsk. And a second try of the match for Harkov, the defending champions. They are cooking with gas in Lviv. Stop me if you can. Runaway try again. Second one like that in this game. What's going on here with the shot at goal? Well, some of these Ivano-Frankivsk must be getting taught by the Penrith. Shot at goal is waved away. So it remains 8-0. They're going up in fours. Back underway, Ivano-Frankivsk. Probably shell-shocked after what's happened. 4.5 gone, trailing by 8 points to 0. They're in possession. 35 out from the Harkov goal line. Harkov making sure they have some good line speed here, moving up off their defensive line to make the... Happy to do the spade work, not just the pretty stuff. Cut out pass as they go towards the western sideline. Ivano-Frankivsk coming back the open side. Plenty of ball movement. They're showing some enterprise here on this play. Slow play the ball. Flat pass. Forward pass, says the referee. Forward pass. Probably a good call. And looks like we have a player injured there. We're looking at the replay of a head clash, an accidental clash of heads. Puchkov was the man who scored that first try. By the way, in case you're wondering, Vitaly Puchkov, up and under here. Good bomb, I suspect, here from Ivano-Frankivsk. Oh, it's been spilt by Harkov. They'll get 6 more here. Ivano-Frankivsk, not a bad result here. In fact, a very good result. It was a fairly straightforward catch, I must say, but they've come up with a spill and looks like there's a player been Wirt has run to his aid. Not sure if he's an official trainer or I've never seen a trainer at a game anywhere without. Maybe he's a good Samaritan. Goal line restart is coming up here for Scorebutch. 7 and a bit gone in Lviv. His team with a 2-score advantage. Back underway. Ivano-Frankivsk on the far side of the field in possession. Little kick in behind the line. Bouncing ball up by the fullback. And he's picked off. They might get a repeat set. No, the defence not up to it. Great work here from Harkov Legion. And here goes Scorebutch. Backing up. Great support play. And they're queuing up. They are everywhere. Harkov are running amok once more for the second time today. They're doing it nicely. And this is a demolition job in the process. Third try of the afternoon here. We look at the replay, the on replay. Scorebutch making fast and having support. There was Harkov jumpers everywhere. And the shot at goal looked like missing. And so all of a sudden, it is a 3-score game at 14-0. The shot at goal, success off the boot of Zazemko. Referee, is he counting numbers here? Has he got something in the eye? I hope he's okay. Or is that a bit of blood coming from the nose? He is hoping our man in charge is all right. Back underway. Frankivsk with very loose passes here. And they turn it over. Well, that had trouble written all over it. Here's Scorbutch. Our pass. And down that far side of the field they go, and they're queuing up once more. Harkov busting through tackles, left, right, and centre. They can't stop them. Ivano-Frankivsk looking very flimsy once again. Scorbutch holds up the pass, and they're queuing up in the corner, and they'll score again. 4th try of the match, and this is a demo job. 18 blot. They are racing the clock. And then some. As I say, it's a very cute thing having the Roman numerals, but picking them up not so easy. And now it's okay when we see them up close, but a bit difficult with the wide shot. Vitaly Puchkov has the shot at goal now. Puchkov, that's the angle that he's with. He's a picture of concentration, and he's missed it. So it remains a 3-score game. And that is half-time, and for the team that's trailing on the scoreboard, Ivano-Frankivsk, half-time could not come soon enough. 1/2 here in game number 5, and it's a procession for Harkov. They lead 18 points to 0. Both teams, and Scorbutch there at the far right of your screen, the number 6. If you're not big on the Roman numerals, that's V and I if you like. And without sounding too indulgent, if I was picking the Ukrainian Rugby League team, if you couldn't get your hands on the likes of the Clearys and Hudson Young and so forth, Alexander Scorbutch is your first player picked every day of the week. He's edging closer to 40, but he continues to defy Father Time. And I'm sure that summation is not lost on the Ukrainian Rugby League coaching staff, in particular the head coach, Dan Beardshaw, who most likely is watching our live stream from the comfort of home of Sydney. British-born national coach for Ukraine, and I know that he's very much looking forward to the program of events with the Euros involving his team, plus Italy and Greece in northern Italy in the northern autumn. Scorbutch has the ball. All is set for the second stanza. Jason Costigan is my name. Nice to have you with us. We're live and free out of Lviv in Western Ukraine. And we're back underway off the boot of arguably the greatest player in the history of the game in this part of the world. And the ball off the upright, and Ivano-Frankivsk has got possession here. Seeded 18 in the first half. Can they come up with 18 themselves in the second half? It's a tall order against the benchmark in this competition, whether it's 9-a-side or 13-a-side. Ivano-Frankivsk in possession, jammed inside their own territory. Piggyback would help here. Slow play the ball. Referee's patience being tested. They sense an opening on this left side. They keep it going. Still going here for Ivano-Frankivsk. Nice work. They get play up towards halfway. Opening minute or so in the second period. Big shift to the right. Almost lost the ball, but they've still got the pill. Slow play the ball. This only helps the Harkov defence. And there's a clearing kick here on the last. It's come off the boot of the kicker. So it's a nothing kick, really. It's come off Ivano-Frankivsk. It'll be 6 to go here if Harkov... No, it won't be 6 to go, beg your pardon. I'm getting my my coordinates mixed up. Harkov have got the ball, and they're going to stack the short side. Running towards the south eastern corner of the ground, where there's one spectator there on his own, watching the events unfold before his very eyes. Here's Harkov looking for another try, and as easy as you like, out of dummy half. And that was wafer thin defence. Almost like touch footy at 22-0. This is a mismatch. Shot at goal. No one staying in the in goal. I'm not sure if that is the norm in 9-a-side rugby league. From my experience, no. Everyone was actually behind the kicker. I don't think I've seen that too many times. 24-0 it is. Harkov doing it nicely and then some against Ivano-Frankivsk. Will be interesting to see, in fact, how many players from the Glamour Boys of Ukrainian Rugby League, of course, I'm referring to Harkov, how many from the club actually make the national squad to play in Northern Italy in October. I would expect a reasonable chunk of the national team to come from Harkov. Not for the first time either. Oh, the work of dummy half there was absolutely diabolical. And I'm not sure what he's trying to say to his teammates there. Making excuses, perhaps. And it looks like one of his teammates is trying to explain, you need to do it this way. That explanation, in fact, coming from Bezhnachuk, who's one of the senior statesmen of the game in Ukraine. Skorbach, speaking of those players of such ilk, that pass goes astray. They'd like to have that all over again. Just getting a little carried away on that occasion. And the execution found wanting. So the scrum feed here for Ivaniuk. And at the base of the scrum, he says we'll go the right side. A kick in over the top. Who's at home for Harkov? Nobody. There's a chase on here. Bouncing ball. And they force it. Well, I'll get 6 more. 6 more coming up for Ivano-Frankivsk. Well, given the circumstances, they trail by 4 converted tries and they'll get the pill back. Shallow restart from Skorbach. Didn't go the 10 metres. And so it's a penalty from bang in front. Ivano-Frankivsk, they were lucky because had it gone the 10 metres, there wasn't a red jumper within sight. It's a knock on at dummy half. Just a lack of concentration. They're in excellent field position. They got the repeat set and they just muck it up. Lewandowski lamenting what might have been, and he can go back to training next week and practice that for as long as he likes. Harkov on play number 1 with consummate ease. They get it up to the 30-metre line. Well, there's a knock on there by the ball carrier. That replay rather inconclusive, but the referee has ordered a scrum 40 metres out from the Harkov goal line. So Harkov in their last couple of plays with the ball, they haven't been exactly copybook, far from it. So plenty of areas for them to work on as well. Driving defence from Harkov, swarming defence. Ivano-Frankivsk in reverse. Up to halfway. The sting well and truly taken out of this game quite some time ago. From the opening whistle, Harkov have dominated, and poor old Ivano-Frankivsk, they can't even work out where the sideline is. So another stoppage, another incompleted set, another scrum. Only a minute or so to go in this contest. Ivano-Frankivsk will soon be put out of their misery. They've got another match coming up. It won't be easy either. They take on the home team, Lviv Tigers. Harkov going straight up the middle, playing direct, and they get a penalty for their troubles. Now from dummy half, they're going to get another try. Just like that, the referee, Johnny on the spot, he gives the try. 28-0. A shellacking it is for Ivano-Frankivsk. Nice work out of dummy half it was. Zazemko helping himself to 4 points. And it's 28-0. The kick, of course, purely academic. It's been the case for quite some time. And it's waved away. We couldn't see what the reaction was from the touchies. It doesn't matter. The referee has called a halt to proceedings, and another big win for Harkov Legion, representing the Harkov region, thrashing their opponents in this match, Game 5, Ivano-Frankivsk, 28 points to 0. Harkov very much looking the goods at retaining the trophy in season 2025. The combatants show their respects after the final whistle. And for some of them, they can't get those shirts off soon enough. Not a cloud on the sky. There is a breeze, as you can see from that flag at the bottom of the screen. But testing conditions, nevertheless, this afternoon in Western Ukraine. Jason Costigan's my name. We're live and free from Lviv. Game number 6 is coming up. That's the match between Rivne Giants and Donetsk region. As our live and free coverage continues. Speaking of which, I really want to acknowledge Ivano-Frankivsk, Mr. Rugby League in Ukraine, because they've been doing this for quite some time, live streaming matches whilst the country is at war, and often in both Ukrainian and in English. And very much setting the benchmark in the presentation of their domestic game. And a lot of the countries affiliated to the IRL could do a lot worse than learn a thing or two from Ivano-Frankivsk and his band of volunteers in war-torn Ukraine. They do a marvellous job, and they've been doing it like that for quite some time. So it's Donetsk on the left of your screen, Rivne Giants to the right, as the two teams come out for kickoff in game number 6. See the camera to the right of your screen there going into the huddle, just providing you, the viewer, with an opportunity to get up close and personal, if you like, with the teams just prior to kickoff here at the Ukrainian Nines. So it's Rivne in possession to get us underway. They are running from right to left on your device, right to left on your screen. And it will be Donetsk with first use of the ball. Referee checking the timepiece as always, making sure all is set, all is correct. We are good to go in Lviv. There's the whistle, there's the kickoff. We're underway. And it's a spill by Donetsk, but luckily for them it went backwards. Another spill. And luckily for Donetsk, they maintained possession once more. Driving defence from the Giants. And now a penalty against the Giants. Not sure what that's for. Was a bit overzealous in the tackle. So Donetsk will look to find touch. No, they won't. It's a tap and go. They've lost the ball. I think it was knocked down by one of the Giants players, so it will be a knock-on against Rivne. Donetsk region, of course, very much part of the front line in the struggle for freedom and the struggle for independence by the Ukrainian armed forces, and many of their players today no longer in that part of the world. They have relocated to other cities and hence they've taken their place today. And for those not familiar with the geography, Donetsk region, something like 1,000 kilometres away from where this game is being played, and it's the team in black representing that region at this Ukrainian League Nines event. Almost 2 minutes gone, no score. Game number 6, Rivne Giants versus Donetsk. And Donetsk very lucky. I tell you what, Bieletsky was very lackadaisical in getting away from dummy half. Nearly had the pass knocked down, nearly had possession taken from him. Donetsk now making some inroads. Nice work, nice stepping. Predatko goes very well. Centralising play, 4 short of halfway. Plays it back for Lipisi. Slow play the ball. Now the clearing kick. Big kick too, bouncing ball. Will it pull up in the in goal? No, too much on that, way too much. You see the Ukrainian flag flying proudly in the breeze at the southern end of the ground. Just a reminder to outsiders like myself, the National Day, Independence Day, just over a week away, and I'm sure I speak for everyone across the Rugby League universe, part of the International Rugby League family, and wishing Ukraine all the best for Independence Day and the days ahead. And of course, the ongoing struggle for peace, freedom from repression, and independence like it used to be. So making inroads here, the Giants. Danger signs here for Donetsk. There's that referee whistle again. So much of it, too much of it as far as I'm concerned. It's a tap and go. The Giants on the attack. The Giants want a sense of urgency from the Giants. 4 minutes gone, no score so far. The Giants running towards the sticks at the northern end of the ground. 5 out from the goal line. Rivne Giants, options left and right. They go to nobody. A pass that was wayward, to say the least. Luckily, they've got the scraps. Anything but convincing from the Giants. Vedler plays it back. Donetsk toiling away in defence. On their own goal line, there looks to be opportunities on this right side. That's exactly where they go. They be stretched, Donetsk. Last tackle coming up now. They've got one more to survive, the black and whites. The Giants, can they come up with points? You better believe it from dummy half. It's so easy in the end. Field position takes its toll on Donetsk, and the Giants will play from in front. We look at the replay, and darting away from dummy half, I think it might have been, just trying to pick up the number there for the Giants, was it 17 in Lipisi. Ivan Lipisi. Kick is waved away. That certainly needs some practice. It remains 4-0 after 5.5 minutes. Shot at goal off the boot of Pocatello, unsuccessful. So 4-0 it is. Donetsk, back to work they go. Donetsk region with Bieletsky, a dummy half. Another whistle. It's a tap and out. Faces. Lipisi. Not far away. On their own goal line, the Giants. Donetsk looking for an equaliser. Plenty of ball movement. Big shift to the left. Driving defence. And getting up to play the ball is Budnik. They're not far away. Have they got the skill to breach that defensive line? This man is a likely customer, Lipisi. Tricky customer with ball. Can't miss him with the peroxide blonde hairstyle. Looking clunky in attack. Zyler plays it back and they go the short side and they're going to score. There's the equaliser. Well, they played very patiently and they've come up with the reward, and it's even Stevens in Lviv. Donetsk get on the board and it's 4 plays 4. We look at the end on very shallow in goal in Lviv. And so you've got to be careful in terms of pulling up, especially if you're not used to it. These players obviously are. Shot a goal is successful, and Donetsk have their noses in front. In the dying stages of the opening stanza, they lead 6-4 over the Rivne Giants. Well, very nice kick. And a game where goal kicking may well become the most decisive factor. All of a sudden, Donetsk showing plenty of vigour in defence, lots of energy. And now a knock-on, is it? A knock-on against... No, it's a penalty. I got no idea what it was for. Play on is the call. Away go the Giants. The Giants now at the back end of the first half. They just need to hold on here, Donetsk. Just need to hold on. Can they do that? The battering ram for the Giants. They're going to score. They're queuing up here. Great support play. No, it breaks down. Well, that was building and building and building, and it comes to absolutely nothing for the Giants. And it all started with a bullocking run by Polishuk. Polishuk went straight up Main Street. Barnstorming run. They get the rub of the green from the man in charge. It's more possession here. Last play of the first half. It's a kick over the top, looking for the ricochet, the bounce off the crossbar. Wasn't far away. Donetsk, they launch a counter-attack, and that is half-time. Well, it's been an entertaining first half. I say one try, and at the break, Donetsk, after probably being dominated for the best part of the first half, they find themselves in front on the scoreboard. And the number 9 for Donetsk having plenty to say at the break. His team leading the Giants 6 points to 4. Lipisi revving up the troops at the break, and so he should. Donetsk with their noses in front by just 2 points at the break.
Просто уйдите.
Сейчас скажем, куда стоим.
So we're back underway, second half. Fact, Jason Costigan in the commentary position for this match, and in fact tournament, as we see the Rivne back and plenty of purpose here from the front row forward, and he was the man who was involved in that attacking raid there at the back end of the first half. Likely it's wide open. We've got a penalty here to the Rivne Giants. Penalty goes to the Giants, and that man who can cut the ball with plenty of gusto is Polishuk. So we've got the Giants on the attack here. And the Giants looking menacing. The Giants coming through the other side. They've got backup. They may not need the backup. Oh, it's a determined run, and they've come up with points to regain the lead. The Giants come up with the opening points of the second half to regain the advantage. There was plenty of defence there, lots of defence, but in the end, would not be denied. Look at Vedler and the determination. What's that, three defenders at least, and he still got through the other side to plant the football. 8-6, kick to come. Nice work from Danilo Vedler. Shot at goal is waved away. Unsuccessful kick on the part of Ivan Lepisi. Well, Donatsk in particular, the man in possession, the man who's got the ball, passing the ball, in their number 9, in Lepisi, they would be absolutely annoyed and then some with what has transpired. That pass has been ruled to have gone backwards. Donatsk looking disorganised all of a sudden. This is much better, much better. Almost going through the other side. Still going. Referee says play on. No, he says go back and play the ball. Not sure if that's fair. Anyway, he's not happy. Now he's ruled knock on. A knock on. Or an incorrect play of the ball. I'd like to see the replay of that. Well, he's going to rule a scrum feed here to Rivne Giants. Rivne Giants skirting with that western sideline. Giants still on the attack. Here's that big bopper once more. Polishuk. Now darting away from dummy half. Eating up the meters. Vedler beats one. Can he pop the ball? Yes, he can. Over the top. They keep it going, looking to score in the corner. He's ruled a forward pass, has he? What's he ruled here? Well, it looks like he's ruled a forward pass, and I think he got it right. to send a camera on the field while the play's in progress. That's what we saw right there and then. Here's a shift from the scrum. From one sideline to the other. They're going to run out of real estate, and that's just crazy footy. Rugby league. That reminds me of the movie Dumb and Dumber. Someone needs to give Donetsk a compass, and in particular, without being too harsh, the number 5 in Pridatko, because he had absolutely no idea. Inviting trouble here, Donetsk. Rivne Giants off the scrum. And they're going to score on play number 1 in the corner. And they extend their lead to a converted try. We look at the replay. And despite the attempt by Pridatko, the man who really did cause this trouble, looking to redeem himself here on the other side of the field, it came to nothing, and Rivne Giants hit double digits. Shot at goal, another shocker. Hasn't been a feature of the game or the tournament. The goal kicking. So it remains a 6-point advantage to Rivne. 12-6 over Donetsk. Back underway. Donetsk in possession. Comes across to Pridatko. Playing direct on this occasion. 22 metres away from where they need to be. Was there a knock on a dummy half? No, says the match official. It comes across to Pridatko, and he goes through almost all the way, I thought, for a split second. Slow play the ball. Has to be a penalty, surely, for holding down. No penalty forthcoming. Donetsk still have got the ball. Hakusha, and they spread it. One more pass. Was that forward? Yes, it was. So it breaks down for Donetsk, searching for possibly an equalising play. The idea was right, but the execution was terrible. So on the back of all that, Rivne have got the ball. And that's full time. It's all over. It is all over in Lviv, and the Giants, probably more relief than anything. They had to dig deep, and they have prevailed. It was a positive start to the second half on their part, and they have got the result that they wanted, that they needed. Rivne Giants against Donetsk in Lviv. They prevail, the Giants, 12 points to 6. On the Tala scoreboard. Thanks to all the sponsors, of course, who make a big contribution to Ukrainian Rugby League on and off the field. Not just the league, but also the clubs, particularly during these difficult times with the country at war. People I talk to when I talk about Ukrainian Rugby League, first thing is they are surprised that Ukraine plays the game. Secondly, they can't believe they're still playing it whilst the country is at war. Quite remarkable, and then some. You see that flag at the bottom of the screen too. All of a sudden, it's not quite flying in the breeze. So conditions not getting any easier in Lviv on this Saturday afternoon, on day 2 of the 9-a-side tournament to decide who up in 2025. Harkov, the reigning champions. Harkov, the hot favourites. Next game coming up. In about 5 minutes or so, we'll have kickoff between Lviv Tigers and Ivano-Frankivsk. To our ongoing coverage from Western Ukraine. Lviv is the venue, and it's the Ukrainian Rugby League 9.
Розуміло?
Остап,
Все, так.
ти як на вірі,
Я
ти
розігруюсь.
кажи
Я
мені,
буду
блядь,
розігруюсь, так.
кажи кому, блядь,
Тільки
пробігати, що.
двойками зліва і справа стійте на удар.
Великому не
Ближче.
вийде, по одному хоча б.
Ні, зліва і справа.
Welcome back to our continuing live free coverage of the Ukrainian Rugby League 9. Apologies, we had a few technical issues there for the kickoff for this match, this latest match in the tournament. Our pictures coming your way from Lviv in western Ukraine. No score, you've only missed the yours truly. Jason Costigan's my name. This match between Lviv Tigers, they are up against the team from Ivano-Frankivsk. Big thank you to our broadcast team who have worked hard to get this up and running again as per usual. So it's the boys in Ukraine in Lviv, the Yuri, Vitaly team. Big thank you. The team called Lviv. That's the Tigers. Playing in front of their hometown fans, coming away from the scrum, looking for a penalty here. No love from the man in charge, and they have to play direct here towards the sticks. Almost 2 minutes gone, no score. The match between the Tigers and Ivano-Frankivsk. Lviv in possession, a couple of metres in from touch on this western side of the field. They'll go sideline to sideline all of a sudden. Lviv on the attack. Not too far away. Can they get the opening points of this one? Out of dummy half. Kozak. Still going. They're not far away. And they've come up with points. First points of the game goes to the home team. Lviv Tigers, they're on the board. They lead 4 points to 0. We look at the replay, and they were camped up that northern end of the field, and from close range, some hard running got the job done. The number 17, Kolovsky, getting across the line. And Kozak will attempt to convert. You must be close to 2 metres tall, Kozak. There's a hold-up here. I'm not sure what the hold-up is for. Clock's just ticking away. It must be an injured player. The team trainer, or possibly the medical officer, I beg your pardon, coming onto the field. That must be the official medical officer. The doctor has been called out here. Must be some sort of head knock. So the clock's ticking away whilst the medic checks on the injured player. And he could easily leave the field there. He was in the in goal. He was about a metre from being outside the field of play. Anyway, the shot at goal was one of the worst we've seen today, and we've seen some shockers. And it remains 4-0 to Lviv. The Tigers 4, leading Ivano-Frankivsk no score. Coming up, by the way, it's our last game of the second segment, if you like, because after the next game there will be another break, an adjournment as we get back underway and into the next passage of this contest. That next game, by the way, is between Harkov region and Rivne Giants. So Harkov, seemingly with one hand on the trophy again, they play up next against Rivne. That follows this one between Lviv and Ivano-Frankivsk. Ivano-Frankivsk in possession. Good contact, good physicality. 6 minutes almost gone. They come the right side. Probing for a gap in that Lviv defence. Giving the ball plenty of air. Stretching the Lviv defence. Slow play the ball. Bit of pushing and shoving. Dotsiak eventually plays the ball. Now a crossfield kick. There's a chase on here. Bouncing ball and diving on the scraps, claiming a try, is Lewandowski. But did he get it down? I don't think so. Kick wasn't bad. Kick was pretty good. And he knocked it on. Try goes begging. Nice contact, nice physical contact. Ball carrier meets defensive line. Penalty for offside play here. Referee almost looked annoyed as he gave that call. 90 seconds up from half time. Kozak will look for touch on the western side of the field. We look at the replay and I thought it was good rugby league. Tough and hard rugby league. Somebody else thought differently. So inside the final 60 seconds of the first half of this match between Lviv Tigers and Ivano-Frankivsk. Don't know what they're doing there with these restarts. Mucking around with the ball on the sideline. No one's going to be fooled. You can't restart the play from there. I'm not sure where they get that from, but I'm sure some of our viewers might have some idea. Penalty here going to Lviv. Is that a card coming out? He's got a card out here. There's a card coming out for one of the players from Ivano-Frankivsk. He's been sent to the sin bin. A yellow card. Wow. I've got no idea what it's for. But Vesnichuk has been given time in the sin bin. So they're down a man here. Surely they must score, and they do. With consummate ease. Lviv get their second try adjacent to the sticks at the northern end, and it's 8-0 with a kick to... And again, look at Ivano-Frankivsk. They're like Brown's cows coming back up the field. The shot at goal was successful. And so it's 10 points to 0. Lviv over Ivano-Frankivsk. Half-time is upon us, surely. I don't think we'll have time for a restart, or will we? Our timepiece says it's all over, the first half that is. Ivano-Frankivsk on the attack. Play is allowed to continue. Spun around is Lewandowski. No idea when half-time will be called. Absolutely no idea. Kozak with a nice stop. Slows down the play of the ball. They shift it to the far side of the field. And how many times have we seen this today? Seriously, how many times have I called it with the play going over, with the man in possession gets picked up and taken over the sideline? I have lost count. And I've got no idea when halftime will be called. Our clock says we're out of time. Scoreboard says 10-0. Lviv in possession. 8 short of halfway, and that is halftime. Well, it took some time. Finally, we got there. So at the break, it's 2 tries to 0. And in front of their hometown supporters, in front of family and friends, it's Lviv Tigers who hold the upper hand at the break in game number 7 on day 2 of the Ukrainian Rugby League Nines. They lead this match. At the break. 10 points to 0. 10 points to 6, I beg your pardon. $10 points to 0. We'll get it right sooner. Technical issue from my point of view. 10 points to 0 at halftime. Lviv leading this game against Ivano-Frankivsk. Players getting ready for the second half of this match. One more to go in this block of 4. That next game coming up, I'm looking forward to it very much so. Harkov region versus Rivne Giants. That is next in our continuing live and free coverage of the Ukrainian Rugby League Nines. Back underway, and with first use of the football, Lviv Tigers, they're running from left to right on screen. They lead this match 10-0, and they're on the attack straight away. Fullback to beat. They've got backup. Oh, beautiful pass, and Kozak. I think it's Kozak. He'll race away and score right between the sticks from in the second stanza. In fact, it's not Kozak. I'll try and pick up his number in a moment. Couldn't pick up a number on the back of this young fella racing away. We'll try and do that in a moment. Still trying to pick up a number. I think it might be the number 23. Happened so quickly. We can see the front of him a lot. We can't see the back of him much. Makes it very difficult calling rugby league. I promise you that. Players trying to battle on in tough conditions, and the spectators trying to keep cool as best they can. Apologies for not being able to tell you who scored that try. Very difficult on that far side of the field. If we don't get the angle to show you or to see it, makes it almost impossible to call the action. Someone's been hurt here. Doctors come on. Doctor shuffling onto the ground. $16-0 it is. So the game is well and truly, you would think, wrapped up here for Lviv. After leading 10-zip at the break. The doc seems to be happy. What's the bet? They restart play before he leaves the field. You better believe it. Back underway in Lviv. Ivano-Frankivsk yet to trouble the scorers. That ball went backwards. I don't know how you can get a knock-on out of that. We've got an injured player. Or do we? Ball went backwards for mine. We look at the replay. And, well, he's ruled a knock-on. As far as I'm concerned, it went backwards. I don't see how that went towards his opponent's goal line. If anything, it went towards his own goal line, which constitutes a knockback. But anyway, we're not refereeing the game. We're calling the game as best we can. Here's a buff by Lviv. Oh, my goodness. The cover defence is coming, but they won't have the pace. And it's another runaway try here for the Lviv Tigers. They lead 20-0 with a kick to come. Referee blows the whistle. Up go the numbers. Kozak will look to convert. There's the angle. Quite straightforward, this kick. But it has not been a feature of the day. And it hits the upright and it's waved away. And he can see the funny side. He can afford to laugh. His team leads 20-0. They look completely devoid of energy. Ivano-Frankivsk. $270-kilometre round trip for the team that's trailing on the scoreboard. I think they'll sleep well tonight once they get home. And we thank them for making the trip along with all the other visiting teams. Ivano-Frankivsk spreading the ball. And now possibly coming up with points. Some light stepping against some backpedaling defenders. Last has been signalled by the man in charge. They've got one more tackle to play with. Ivano-Frankivsk with some sloppy work out of dummy half. Kozak has got it under control for the Tigers, and he launches the counter-attack. Kozak crosses halfway, crosses the 40 into enemy territory, centralises play with the kick. It's a wobbly bounce, but it's a kind bounce for Ivano-Frankivsk. They've got the ball, they've got it under control at the other end all of a sudden. Oh, here we go, another turnover of possession. But the referee's called it back. Standard of play has certainly dropped off. The pictures do not lie. That pass going forward. Little bit of a warning on the run for one of the Ivano-Frankivsk players. Lviv Tigers on the back of the scrum. They have the ball. They have possession. A couple of minutes to go. Well, they did have possession. Ivano-Frankivsk has got the ball now. It's become a knock-on-a-thon. The man that was on the far side of the field in that picture up against the fence, he was there on his own for some of the action earlier today. He's either relocated to somewhere a little bit better or he's gone home. I hope it's the former. Here's a kick from Ivano-Frankivsk. There's a chase on. Do they get the bounce? Well, they've got the ball. Diving on it is Boychuk. Boychuk will get up and play it. "35 metres away from where they need to be. They ideally like to get on the scoreboard at the very least here, Ivano-Frankivsk. And they will get on the scoreboard. They will get that try, a consolation try at the death. They're on the board. Well, that will give their supporters something to cheer about. 20 plays 4. They kept plugging away and they get a reward right at the very end. And it's courtesy of Alexander Lewandowski. Number 14, bit of a show and go. And he streaked away to score between the sticks at the northern end of the ground. So his name goes in the book. And the shot at goal from point blank range is successful. And we're almost out of time in Lviv in this match. Game 7 of 10 on the program today. I don't believe we'll even have time for a restart. Neither team seems too keen on that. I think a cold shower and some refreshments is the first priority and a chance to get away from that direct sunlight. Quite sapping for these players, as you can well imagine, and it's only got tougher as the day has gone on. 20 points to 6. Lviv Tigers convincing winners here in this match. Now a barnstorming run, a big don't argue from the ball carrier for the Tigers. And they're going to get a try at the death. Is that right? Does that count? I think it might. They will get another try. They will have the final say. Lviv Tigers score just before the final whistle. The try to I'll try again. Kolosovsky. We only got some of the pronunciations of these players. In fact, not some, all of them. Only a matter of hours before kickoff. So our apologies if we haven't delivered to your expectations. Not easy calling rugby league in this part of the world. Shot a goal, not a bad attempt, a valiant attempt it was from the man who scored the try. It's waved away, but Lviv Tigers have the final say, and they win convincingly in Game 7 on Day 2 of the Ukrainian Nines. Lviv Tigers 24, Ivano-Frankivsk 6. Players are lined up on the western side of the field in front of the main grandstand here in Lviv, in western Ukraine, as we get set for game number 8 on the program for today, on this Saturday, on a very warm day in western Ukraine. Temperature getting close to 30 degrees Celsius, and this match coming up between Harkov region and the Rivne Giants. Jason Costigan with you in commentary. Great to have your company no matter where you are listening, no matter where you are watching across the rugby league universe. Plenty happening in the world. In the Southern Hemisphere, the Indigenous round continues in the NRL. And of course, in the Northern Hemisphere, the big news, the fallout to that no-show by Salford against Wakefield Trinity. That is a developing story. Watch this space, as they say in the classics. So this game between Harkov region, the defending champions, that's the team you can see on your screen as we speak, with the Roman numerals. As I said earlier today, unique in the rugby league universe. You don't see that anywhere else, to the best of my knowledge. I've called rugby league in 12 countries. I've never seen it anywhere else, bar Ukraine, with this particular club. Legion 13, representing Harkov region, Alexander Skorbach, the veteran, the magic man, has the ball in hand to get us underway. It'll be Rivner Giants with first use of the footy. They will be running left to right on your screen, on your device. We're underway. Game number 8. 2 more to go after this one. And at the conclusion of this game, we will have a break. Our second adjournment of the day, or our second. It's been a big day. Feels like we needed to have 3 or 4, maybe more. But it is our second coming up at full time in this game. Rivner Giants safely bringing the ball away from the northern end of the field. And again, well done to the ground staff, the curator, whatever they call them in that part of the world, because they've done a fairly good job, I reckon, an admirable job, in fact, in presenting the field, presenting the playing surface for this game, given it's summer in the Northern Hemisphere and dry conditions, not a cloud on the sky today, and particularly with the impact on water infrastructure, thanks to the war and the ongoing conflict with Russia. So great defensive set here from Legion, because all of a sudden Harkov have got the ball, and look at this, they've just gone straight through them. Ominous signs here for Rivner Giants. They come up with the try, the opening try, after 60 seconds or thereabouts, and not surprisingly, they will play from in front. Well, the shot at goal is successful, not because I could see the touch judges with their flags in the air. It's because I could see the scoreboard. 6-0 it is. Harkov leading Rivner Giants. We're back underway. Giants in possession. I think Puchkov was the man who scored the try. Again, a little bit tricky to pick up these numbers, these Roman numerals. It's okay when you're up close with those sort of camera shots. So this scrum forming, 5 metres, Harkov side of halfway. Scorbutch says, let's go wide. And that's exactly what they do. Nice work, lovely interchange, going close to the sideline, but staying in the field of play. And here they go once more. Legion on the attack, on the march, and they're going to get another try. There they go. Too easy. Formuk goes in. Formuk gets the try. The number 14 streaking away and plants the ball down professionally, and they hit double digits after 3 and a bit in Lviv. Shot at goal. Slight angle here. Kicks on its way. Plenty of elevation. I don't think it's a goal, but the touchies say yes. Well, I thought they did, and the referee said no. I thought he waved it away. Extremely confusing, I must say, but very typical of rugby league in Eastern Europe in general. I've seen plenty of this happening in other parts of the continent. I don't want to pick on the match officials, but it happens a lot. You look for the touch judge to make a decision. Sometimes you get one flag up, one down. Then you get something else from the referee or something you're not expecting. But what we do know, on the scoreboard, at least as far as we're concerned, it's 12-0 to Harkov. They lead by a dozen. Ball goes over the... Clock's ticking away. No idea what's going on here. The clock just disappearing here. And a 9-a-side rugby league, it's pretty precious. Harkov have got the ball. Harkov up the middle. Legion making inroads once more. Five and a half gone. They stack the short side and they're going to come up with points, I reckon. They look very menacing here. Trouble brewing for the Giants. Scorbutch, again like a traffic cop, going wide, sensing the opportunity. Plenty of open pasture out wide, and they cash in once more. Try number 3. And this is another walk in the park for Harkov. They're just a class above the rest in Lviv. Puchkov with the shot at goal. This to make it 18 blot. Never looked like missing. So it's a 3-score lead. 2.5 minutes out from half time. And it is one-way traffic in this match between Harkov Legion and Rivne Giants. Giants on the attack. They look gassed. They're in reverse. They're going nowhere. Now they're being manhandled. This looks like a game between men and boys all of a sudden. Here go the Giants, making some inroads. 10 metres, Harkov side of halfway. Just over 60 seconds to go in this opening stanza. Plenty of ball movement, sideline to sideline. They're going to find the sideline. And again, it's been emblematic of so much backline play here today. 9-a-side rugby league, not 13, 9-a-side, plenty of space, yet players still somehow finding a way to find the sideline. And on a dry track. Goodness knows how much of this we would have had on a wet and boggy surface. Harkov. I thought that might have been called up. Dangerous tackle. Arm between the legs. No penalty forthcoming. Harkov. Almost out of time here to come up with more points. They're going to have to turn over possession here. Legion have got the ball. They need to treasure it here and keep the margin at 18 points at the break. They just need to get to half time. They look very disjointed. They look out of petrol. They look devoid of ideas. And they look well and truly to be outclassed. As I said earlier, just a few minutes ago, men versus boys. But the Giants still having a crack and getting up over halfway, doing very well on this occasion. And that is half-time. So a valiant attacking raid at the death in that first half, but it comes to nothing for the Giants. 3 converted tries in the opening stanza, and the defending champions, once again, they find themselves coasting at the Ukrainian Nines. At half-time, they lead the Rivne Giants 18 points to 0.
Хто найбільше працює, той п'є пиво. Добре, що піти працює.
So all is set here for the second half of this match. This is game number 8. And it's the Rivne Giants who get us back underway. Harkov with first use of the footy in the second stanza. And the defending cup champions leading 18 points to 0. If you're not familiar with Ukrainian Rugby League, I've got to say, Harkov not only a dominant force in nine-a-side, but they have basically cleaned up every major trophy on offer. Perhaps with one exception, I'm not sure, it might have been a nines tournament in the last couple of years, but they have dominated in rugby league, both 13-a-side and 9-a-side, since the game started in Ukraine, which is getting on close towards the 20-year mark. I'd have to check the anniversary, I should know, but they have had an amazing run, and it shows no signs of abating. And particularly with Alexander Skorbach continuing on with his illustrious career for both club and, I suspect, country. Here we go. Harkov looking for a try to get us underway in the second half here. The referee says to the Giants to get onside. Skorbach turns it back on the inside. Hard and straight, and they'll score. There they go. First points of the second stanza going to Harkov Legion. No surprise that. Too big, too strong, as the old saying goes. And when you don't get off your own goal line, you will pay the price. Skorbach turning it back on the inside. And a bullocking run it was to make it 22 points to 0. Shot at goal is bang on target. So they're going up in sixes. 24 zip. 24 zip. 2 gone in the second half. The try scorer was Mashkin, Vladimir Mashkin. He was the ramrod. He was unstoppable. We are back underway. I wouldn't all be surprised if Harkov rack up their biggest score of the day in this particular game. They've got one more game to play, by the way, and that follows the break. We will be going to a break at the conclusion of this game, and a German of around about 20 minutes or so. So we'll entertain you with some highlights of the action so far, but yours truly will take a break and put down the microphone as we see the ball being put down, and away they go once more, and here's another try, and it's all on the back of a mistake, and it's all Harkov, and they are self-destructing here, the Giants. This is getting ugly. This is getting very ugly. Another try, all on the back of a mistake, and showing no mercy, the defending champions. Davidov was the man who scored. Jaroslav Davidov streaking away. And now Puchkov with the shot at goal. Kick looks all right. It's waved away. So it remains 28-0. 2 tries in the second period so far for the Cup champions. A 5-score game. Rivner, that tackle was high. Penalty sufficient, no malice in that. Touch finder. Finds the mark. About 27 metres out from the goal line. That's the Harkov goal line. Not sure if we've got any ball boys working today, but we're taking some time here to get the ball back. Players having to help out. So the Giants are on the attack. Let's see what they've got. Swarming defence from Harkov. They won't want them to score. They'll want to keep a clean sheet. Plenty of pride in that defensive line. Enormous pride in that jumper, that shirt. And they've got the ball on the back of another mistake, and they're off to the races once more. And there's no stopping the defending Cup champions. They're going to get another try on the back of a mistake, a costly mistake, and they crack 30 in Lviv. Not for the time today. Another runaway try to Harkov Legion. Referee the spot, and it's 32-0. Again, I can't tell you whether it was a goal or not because I couldn't see the shot at goal per se. I couldn't see the touch judge, but we can see the scoreboard and it remains 32 points to 0. Two and a bit minutes to go in this match. And here come the Giants all of a sudden. Maybe they will get a try. They're going to go close. In fact, they will get the job done. They will get across the line. They will break the donut. And they'll take enormous joy out of scoring there against this red-hot Harkov side. They come up with a try with 2 minutes. Vedler, arguably the best player on the field for his team. 32 plays 4, and a shot coming up for Pocatello. Plenty of elevation, plenty of direction. Great kick, one of the best we've seen all afternoon. 32 plays 6 with just over 60 seconds to go in this 8th game of the day between Harkov and Rivne. Legion 13 still leading nicely at 3 points to 6. And here's another try for Legion. Well, any mistake, they will make you pay. By Ukrainian standards, they are as professional as they come. And if you're not prepared to tackle the man in possession, well, you're going to have a long day, a long afternoon. 36-6. Shot at goal, slight angle, kicks on its way, never looked like missing. Another 2 points in the bank for Harkov Legion. And we're almost out of time. 38 points to 6. As I say, at the conclusion of this game, we will go to a break. At least we'll put our mics down for a moment. And you can enjoy some of the highlights of the action here in Lviv. Ten games today. This is the second of the action for Rugby League Nines for Ukraine this season. And so the referee calls a halt to proceedings. And in the end, there is no substitute for class once more. And another resounding victory for Harkov region. Legion 13, with their biggest score of the tournament, or at least today, putting up big numbers once more as we recap the score full time in Lviv. Legion, hot to trot, they smashed the Giants 38 points to 6.
За операторів ніхто навіть не згадує. Це як норма, знаєш. Без сісти на мішки, ну все, так пиздить, так пиздить.
Не, мы тут все в эфире.
Яке право, що за право?
Так, и включите то, или ключик. Все. Туалет стоит.
Добре, а де моє вуха? Вон ви на стічку, ні?
Дав тобі Валера батончика половину?
Ні, ні.
А як?
А я?
Ой.
Як? Що тут відбувається? Так. А тут що? Взяли мене, відірвали. Все, понищили. Повідривали. І що? Продали, бляха.
Welcome back to our continuing live and free coverage of Ukrainian Rugby League Nines. Our pictures today coming out of Lviv in Western Ukraine, where I've had it confirmed that regardless of what happens in the final two matches, Harkov Legion will be crowned champions, not only for today's tournament, but also for the Cup, which is the overall Nines competition. So they will lift the trophy at the conclusion of the matches today, and we'll have live pictures of the presentation from Lviv at the conclusion of the 10th and final game this afternoon. That's the match between Rivne Giants and Lviv Tigers. But coming up right now, we have Donetsk region versus Harkov region, or Harkov 13, Legion 13 that is. They will be lifting the trophy regardless. And that comes, I'm sure, as no surprise to many of our viewers, and particularly those people who have taken a passing interest in Ukrainian Rugby League over the last couple of years. Last year they had a 13-a-side competition, but because of the obvious player shortage as a result of the conflict with Russia, the game has been effectively downsized to 9-a-side this season. So no 13-a-side rugby league. We will see 13-a-side rugby league from Ukraine on the international stage in October when the Euros are played, and the particular tournament that they're involved in involves also Italy, the host nation, and Greece. Jason Costigan with you for the penultimate match on this Saturday in Lviv. And right now we've got Donetsk region to the left, who will receive the ball from the kickoff, with Harkov running from right to left, defending the southern end of the ground at the Units Stadium in Lviv. And again, I've said it a couple of times today, big thank you to Vitaly and Yuri. Yuri very much at the coalface of our operation today, and our small but hardworking broadcast team that has brought you our live stream coverage of the Ukrainian Rugby League Nines. We are underway, the second last match of the day, and Donetsk region with first use of the footy and up against the number one team, whether it's 13-a-side or 9-a-side in Ukrainian Rugby League. I can remember them playing at their home stadium in Harkov before the Russians came across the border, and winning at that venue, and later to discover that the venue was obliterated by Russian airstrikes or missile strikes. No different to what happened at that same venue during the Second World War when it came under attack from the Germans. That's part of the story for Rugby League in Harkov and their home stadium. Here's a shift from Donetsk, and they've made a bust. This is a shock move here. Where did that come from? Second effort, should have been a penalty there against Harkov Legion. Can't believe the referee didn't provide a whistle. Slow play the ball. I'm not sure what we're waiting for. Maybe someone's waiting for a cup of tea. Now there's a kick, maybe a vodka. Someone's going to need a stiff drink after this. That kick goes dead in goal. So 90 seconds gone in this match. No score. Donetsk in the black and white. Harkov, Legion 13 in their traditional strip, their maroon type strip. And that front line of defence looked very flimsy, didn't it, on that occasion? And the fullback, well, he was struggling to get back into position. The pass goes over the sideline. That is disappointing. And you can't blame Harkov. They probably have their mind on a celebration or two at the end of this, because the hard work has been done. They've laid the foundations with some impressive scorelines. And this is probably a game where they can maybe play some adventurous rugby league, 9-a-side. Put on some trick shots, as they say. Here's Donetsk. They did okay when they brought the ball towards our camera position last time. On this occasion, they can't quite get up to halfway. Strong defence from Harkov, keeping the middle tight as possible, or as tight as possible, I beg your pardon. That pass went astray, went over the back. Knocked back is the call, and rightly so. Donetsk, ball carrier beats one, gets up towards halfway. 3 minutes gone, no score. Black and whites at least making a game of it so far. The pass was a shocker. It's been picked off by Harkov, and Skorbach, I think it is. He'll race away with a gift try. Try and pick up the number of the try scorer. The referee taking an age to get there. In fact, I don't even know if he pointed to the spot. Skorbach kicked the goal before I think the referee awarded the try, and I've never seen that before. The pass was wayward, to say the least, and Skorbach is not the quickest player on the field, but I'll tell you this, he's pretty quick between the ears. He reads the play so well, and if there's any opportunity, he can snuff it out. So with their defence, Harkov, they come up with points. 6-0 it is. Legion 13, the dominant team of Ukrainian Rugby League, leading this penultimate fixture of the Nines competition. 6-0 it is over Donetsk region. Jason Costigan is my name. I hope you've enjoyed our live stream over the past few hours. We've done it under tricky conditions, more so than what people would realise. But great to be here. In fact, at one stage there was a possibility I wasn't able to join you for our broadcast, but a little bit of magic perhaps turned those things around, and here we are. Slow play the ball for Yefanov. Out the back door. He's ruled a knock on. 5.5 gone or thereabouts. Only the one try so far. 6-0. Scorbutch getting that try against the run of play. Picking off a misdirected pass by Donetsk region and converting it himself from point blank range. So again, just recapping at the final whistle here today as we see, Harkov, they're going to score again. They're going to go right around the outside and come up with their second try of the afternoon in this game. And they hit double digits after 6 minutes. Puchkov. I think it's Puchkov. Again, very difficult to pick up these numbers. Those angles can be a little deceptive, not ideal, and even harder with the Roman numerals. I love the Roman numerals, but a little bit tricky for us broadcasters. And with the shot at goal, it's waved away, so it remains 10 points to 0. Harkov in command, as they have been all day in Lviv. So just recapping at the end of this day's action, so that's the game that follows, I will wrap up proceedings before bidding you farewell, and our pictures will continue our live coverage of the presentation of the trophy and the formalities at full time in Lviv. So we'll be in the hands then of Artem Artasurian and the Ukrainian Rugby League Federation as Donetsk go on the attack. 38 metres out from the Harkov goal line. And that final match coming up will be between the Rivne Giants and Lviv Tigers. So the black and whites, they go for a field goal from long range. My goodness, it had plenty of elevation, it had plenty of distance, and it was unsuccessful. But I tell you what, it was a fair effort, a good crack at field goal, or drop goal, as they say in the Northern Hemisphere. And I did check the rules before today. They don't have 2-point drop goals, or at least certainly in this tournament. So you can kick it from 40 plus metres out, but you still only get 1 point. Donetsk going for the 1-pointer, coming up short, and now penalty to Harkov. They find touch, and it's a pretty fair touch finder as well. Back underway. 10-0 it is. And Legion 13 looking ominous here once more for Donetsk. They're only about 16 metres away. And they're going to go in once more. There's the try. As easy as you like. They get another one. 14-0, kick to come. Again, with the wide camera angle, very difficult for us to pick up those numbers. So apologies for that once again. Shot at goal coming up here to make it 16 blot. And the kick, bang on target. That is full time. Or half time, I beg your pardon. My apologies, getting a little bit carried away. Has been a long day, a very long day. And at the break, we've got Harkov region. Legion 13 leading 16 points to 0 over Donetsk region. Okay, second half action about to get underway. Donetsk with the kickoff or the restart. And Harkov have the football, the rugby league football, that is. I know that vernacular sometimes confuses some of our audience, but you'll have to excuse us. It's sometimes something that we become accustomed to in broadcasting the game, mostly in the Southern Hemisphere, but I have called the game in other parts of the world, and I'm always mindful of sometimes those words mean different things to different people. Scorbar takes the line on, sucks in defenders like a Hoover. Not a big man, but strong enough to hold up the defence, or at least they're struggling to put him on the ground. And here we go once more, and some dynamite stuff here from Harkov and Legion 13. They come up with more points. Well, that was deadly. And it's 20 points to 0 on the back of that. Davidov. Jevyen was the man who sliced through, conversion successful. And again, Legion 13, they are coasting 22-0 over Donetsk region. We're back underway into the next passage of play. And the black and whites looking to salvage something out of this. They've lost the ball here. Heavy contact. Forcing the mistake. And again, if you're joining us in different parts of the world, maybe you're new to Ukrainian Rugby League, maybe get on the social media pages, those various platforms for the Ukrainian Rugby League. Tell us where you're watching from. we'd love to know as we see Legion 13 spread the ball. It's a fancy shift to the left, and they go right around the outside once more, and they're stretching the Donats defence. They've got backup. Great tackle it was, a try-saving tackle. And they're backpedaling, and then some, Donetsk. Surely they will concede here. Big shift on the right here for Legion. They're queuing up, and it's a numbers game, and they've just got too many answers. Another try to the defending cup champions, who will retain the silverware at the end of proceedings today. $26-0. Shot at goal is waved away. Never looked a chance from the moment the ball came off the boot. Purely academic, though, 6-0. They're in cruise control, and they have been for some time. Donetsk with some sloppy work. Knockback, says the man in charge. A juggle, a fumble, a turnover. Legion 13 in possession now. Look for Scorbutch to set it up once more. And there he goes, sends a nice ball across to his forward running through there. And he's there at dummy half once more. Pass, well, it was a cutout pass. It looked to be an accidental cutout pass. It could have gone anywhere. Another shift to the right here. And they're just too big and too strong, Legion 13. They're just running amok and just cleaning up. Unstoppable are the Cup Kings of Ukrainian Rugby League. I think there was Diachenko who got that try. 30 points to nil it is. Shot at goal unsuccessful, it would appear. Caught me off guard, I just looked away momentarily. That's the problem with nine-a-side rugby league, particularly when you're flying solo as a broadcaster. You just look away for a fleeting moment, like a couple of seconds it seems, and you miss something. We're back underway. Couple of minutes left in the contest. Donetsk, they look well and truly out of petrol. And they're going to go over the sideline here. They were looking for trouble, flirting with danger, all of that and more. And they got their just reward. It's a turn here. He's been taken over the sideline. Surely the flag went up. That's all there is to it. Has to be a scrum or a turnover. Legion 13 probing for holes, and there are plenty on the field here against this mob, and they're going to score again. Donetsk, they've opened up once more. Some yawning gaps in their defensive line, and all of a sudden this game resembles a game of touch footy. $34-0, and a kick coming up which will potentially conclude proceedings here. In fact, you'd have to think so. 18 minutes is up, so this will be the final play of the game, the penultimate game of the Nines program today in Lviv. It's a difficult shot at goal, obviously, looking at that angle. 5 in from touch, about 23 out from goal. 34-0. This, of course, purely academic. It's waved away and it counts for nothing. It doesn't matter. A big win, a resounding victory for Legion 13. A thumping victory. They have blown their opposition off the park. Donetsk had no answers. Legion on their way to picking up the trophy once more, winning 34 points to 0. Congratulations to Harkov, Legion 13. The fact they scored 34 points, impressive. The fact that they kept their opposition scoreless again, pretty impressive as well. I'm not sure if we're going to get a chance to have a look at any competition ladders or standings or tables, depending on what you like to call them in your part of the world, but the for and against, no doubt, would make for impressive reading. Well done to Legion 13. So we have one more game to go. Rivne Giants and Lviv Tigers. The locals who have turned out, no doubt they will be looking to see their team get the victory in this final fixture. That's the maroon and yellow of Rivne Giants that you can see on the far side of the field. They are raring to go. Referee's blown the whistle. Kickoff, by the way, isn't until another 5 minutes, so Lviv have got every reason to stay where they are. There is no need for them to be on the field just yet, and I'm sure they are acutely aware of that. Just after 3:30 p.m. local time, Eastern European summer time. Big thank you to our Southern Hemisphere audience who've stayed the course. Maybe you joined us late after your NRL Super Saturday fix. Just after 10:30 on the eastern seaboard of Australia. Great for you to join us. Early afternoon in the UK, where there's been plenty of drama, of course, in Super League, with the bombshell announcement that Salford, the financially embattled Red Devils, will be a no-show this weekend in Super League. An embarrassing look for Super League, not just Salford, it must be said, and not lost on people who are involved in this event in Ukraine, because Ukrainian Rugby League, a number of the clubs, as I said at the top of our telecast, they are based in terms of their branding on teams in the UK. Rivne Giants versus Lviv Tigers. That's on right now, our final match of the Ukrainian Rugby League Nines. Giants to the right, Tigers to the left. Match officials coming together, and on that note, well done to all the match officials. Some of them have been around for some time, others a little bit new to perhaps officialdom, but it's an important part of our game, and it's not something to be overlooked. And as broadcasters, particularly at this level, it's important that we acknowledge the contribution of our match officials. So here we go, the final match of the tournament. Kozak gets us underway for the Lviv Tigers. Rivne Giants with first use of the ball. They're running from right to left on your device, on your screen. And plenty of depth in the kickoff. So the Giants will bring the ball away from deep inside their own territory. Opening 30 seconds, this one. Nothing fancy here from the Giants. Whoa! Big defense, monstering defense. The referee didn't like it. I'm not sure what that's all about. To me and many of our audience, that's rugby league, but the referee saw something that we didn't. Hence the penalty has been given to the Giants. And they'll pitch the tent here just inside enemy territory. 60 seconds gone, no score between the Giants and the Tigers. Jason Costigan is my name. Once again, thanks for joining us right around the rugby league universe. I think it's rather funny how the ball is on the sideline for some time before it's finally given to the person to take the tap restart. It's a European thing, I suspect. It's not something that I'm that familiar with, but I've seen it before, and certainly in this part of the world, it has become the norm. Some of the many nuances of rugby league. Well, it used to be the Iron Curtain. Almost 2 minutes gone. Giants in pretty good field position here to strike first. And here they go. They will come up with points, the opening points. The Giants have struck the first blow, and it's Vedler, who's been one of the best players on the field all afternoon. Not just for his team, but Vedler. Don't be surprised if you see him bob up in the squad for the Ukrainian national squad in the north of Italy in a couple of months' time. You imagine if someone like Jet Cleary was in that squad and what someone like Vedler could learn of Cleary. And we're talking about a player who hasn't even played a first grade game. Well, not as we speak anyway. Cleary, of course, part of the squad at the New Zealand Warriors, yet to be catapulted into first grade by Coach Andrew Webster as we approach the finals. And the Warriors, of course, regaining their place in the top four with that unconvincing win over St George Illawarra. The shot at goal was unsuccessful, so it remains 4-0 to the Giants. And Lviv bringing the ball back towards that southern goal line. What's he ruled here? The play is 25 metres out from the Giants goal line, and we're coming back closer to halfway for a penalty. I don't understand this. I really don't. Late call. No one really came through the gate today to see kicks for touch. I'm not sure if it was foul play or what it was, but Lviv were on the attack. And if you're the Giants, you're probably glad that the referee blew the whistle because you had a chance to reset your defensive line. That's the reality. I'm sure the coaching staff at Lviv Tigers would concur with that. So 4.5 gone, just the one try so far. And what's happened here? Have we found the sideline again? If we see players going over the sideline again today, I'm going to need one of those bags that they put in the seat on aeroplanes. Now we've got someone on a motorcycle going around the ground. If we had the opportunity, we should probably try and look at that motorcycle to see who they're supporting, what they're doing. Don't think I've ever seen that while a game is in progress. A motorcycle going around the ground with some spectators. Or so it seemed. Giants have got the ball. Almost 6 gone. Some light stepping now as they get away from their danger zone. The marker's lucky not to be penalised for going early. Shift onto the left here from the Giants and down the sideline. He has to come back in field. The pass back on the inside. They need to find the ground here, the Giants, and they fail to do that. It's one of the real blights on the game in this part of the world. If I could be critical, I don't want to be, but players that don't seem to have any spatial awareness, don't know where the sideline is, and consequently all they do is turn over possession, and we see scrums and a breakdown in play and no fluency with that. Nothing entertaining about that. And that's what our sport is. One of the great things about rugby league, and people like me, we don't call it the great game, we call it the greatest game of all. And that's because it's spectator friendly, it's very TV friendly, and extremely entertaining with not so many stops and starts, unlike our competitors. I think you know what I'm referring to there. 7 gone, 4-0 it is. Giants over the Tigers. What makes it harder, I guess, is these players coming together. One wonders how often they get to train together, how many are serving on the war front, how many are in difficult situations. I'm sure they're all in very difficult situations. I wonder how often they have trained, how often they have come together. And also the tyranny of distance with travel and geography, all those challenges. Shift down here, the shift is terrible. The idea was right, but the execution was diabolical. It went over the sideline, and so it breaks down once more. So it's a sloppy game here, which is disappointing. The final game of the tournament, and it's been a stop-start affair. Nothing pretty, it must be said. They won't be hanging this game in the Louvre. In the dying seconds almost of the opening stanza. Lviv Tigers playing in front of their hometown crowd, yet to trouble the scorers in this game. Some backup coming through, crossing halfway. The Tigers getting a roll on. This is very enterprising play here from the locals, and they keep it going. One more pass was needed. Giants got back there in defence. They are backpedaling, the Giants. Referee has spotted an infringement of, or has he? Is it a penalty to the Tigers? Half-time's almost upon us. I'll tell you what, if I was the Tigers, I'd almost be inclined to have a shot at goal here, because there's only one play left. You have to think there's one play left in this half. But they think they're going to score 4 points. Well, good luck, I say. Here come the Tigers. The Tigers looking to steamroll their way across the goal line. Maybe they can crack. Lviv pressing hard for their first try. Tigers going, they spill it, and the pressure off the Giants, and Lviv ruining that opportunity. It comes to nothing. Well, I would have had a shot at goal to get it back to a 2-point game to set it up for that second half. But I'm not playing for Lviv, let alone captaining the team. And that is half time. I'm sure they will talk things over, the Tigers. They won't want to dwell on that. Well, hang on, we've got a penalty. Is this a penalty here at the back end of the first half? Pulled a penalty here. What's happened here? I thought the whistle went for half time. Half time must be upon us. Is that it? It's another penalty to the Tigers, is it? What's he ruled here? Well, if it's a penalty, somebody's got to have to go to the sin bin. They're going to get the try. I don't know how many penalties they had there. They had a glut of possession. And, well, they were entitled to score, and score they did. Right before the break, the Tigers get on the board. The Giants, well, how they were holding on. I bet you they were wondering how much clock was left. Shot at goal is a shocking attempt. Nothing near the target, nowhere near the target, and the shake of the head says it all. Half time in what's been a forgettable first half, I got to say. It's all locked up. Rivne Giants and Lviv Tigers, 4 points apiece at the Ukrainian Rugby League Nines.
Нема часу, треба буде потім ставити. Відкрутити. Сьогодні 10 ігор. Це 10-та гра.
Вже ніби казав пан Іван останній.
Що?
Казав пан Іван останній.
Що?
Пан Іван казав останній.
Ні, я кажу, це 10-та гра.
Well, welcome back to our continuing live and free coverage of the Ukrainian Rugby League Nines. The cup presentation will be at the conclusion of this game. This is the final half of the program coming up right here and now. The Giants to get us back underway. Lviv to receive. Tigers running from right to left on your screen, on your device. And here we go. Tigers eating up the metres, getting up to halfway and beyond. Opening 30 seconds of this one in the second period. Kozak looking to set it up on that far side of the field. They spread the ball here to the left. Nice shift on here. Lviv going close. Going very close. Can they get the ball down? No, there's enough defence there to shut it down. Now they go for a barge over from dummy half and they score. And the Tigers are in front. The Tigers hit the lead for the first time in this game. And it's Hishenko. Ostap. Hishenko. He's a big boy, isn't he? You'd rather feed him for a day than a week. And now Kozak. With the shot at goal. Kick is on its way and waved away. So 2 minutes gone in the second half, and it's the Tigers with a 4-point buffer over the Giants. Back underway, and I did mention a number of times in our broadcast today about the upcoming international window, or at least alluding to that, and the Ukrainian national team playing against Italy and Greece, something for people to look forward to, particularly our friends in that part of the world. I know the Italians are very excited. I mentioned Leo Epifania earlier, and I spoke to Leo earlier in the week, and he's super excited about going back to Italy for that competition. Penalty's been given here to the Giants. And so just to put everybody in the picture, those matches coming up in October in the north of Italy, and starting with the match between the Italians and Ukraine on Saturday, October 18. And then 3 days later, or 4 days later, that's Wednesday, on October 22, the Ukrainians play Greece. Those matches to be played in Udine, which for those people not familiar is around about, if memory serves me right, about 120 kilometres from Venice. So in the northeast of the country, all roads lead to Udine for those Euros in the northern autumn. And we wish the Ukrainians and Italy and Greece for that matter all the very best as they continue to grow rugby league in their respective parts of the world. But it's certainly going to have a lot of people from around the rugby league world looking at Ukraine as we see the Giants keeping the ball alive but now turning it over. The pass was good. The only problem was it went to the opposition. No doubt a lot of people will be watching Ukraine, the fact that they will have a team leaving Ukraine to play and represent Ukraine somewhere else in Europe. Here we go. Here's a bust. And the Tigers down the sideline. There's a cover tackle coming across here from the Giants. And, well, they keep the ball alive. Great work it was. Great work indeed. And it was that big man once more in Hishenko. He's having a wow of a game. In a game that really hasn't reached any great heights. Kozak, he will set it up and score. No, he'll do it himself. Kozak, I think he got it down. Here's the replay. Kozak standing up the defence. Well, we didn't quite see the put down, but the numbers are in the frame, and it's 12 points to 4, and a chance for him to convert the try and also to improve on his goal kicking. Ostap Kozak in the number 1 shirt from close proximity. Nice kick. He caresses this one between the uprights. And so the Tigers now doing it nicely with a double-digit lead. Lviv 14 points to 4 over the Giants. Back underway. Giants in possession. They'd have to be the next team to score to try and set up a grandstand finish here. Oh, big shot. Biggest shot of the day. What a tackle that was. A bone rattler in the final game. In fact, with 2 minutes to go in the tournament, that was a high tackle almost. In fact, the referee, I think, will call a halt to proceedings here. The player's down injured. No malice in it, but the defender was careless, if not reckless. Now there's a bit of love for the injured player. But what about the tackle before that? There's nothing in this. It's penalty sufficient. I'm sure the player, well, we'd hope he's not lying down here just to get a penalty, but there was no malice in the tackle. And as you can see with our pictures, there's plenty of love here between the two teams. Doctor or medical staff on the ground. I don't think there's a problem here. I'm not a doctor, obviously, but I think it was something that was more of a shock to the system, if anything. And here's hoping that's exactly what it is. Are they calling for some help here? I'm surprised the tackle earlier, which was legal, I'm surprised the player wasn't injured in that collision. So the Giants player is being helped from the field. His day is done. Well and truly. His name is Kaval. Cyril Kaval. Being assisted from the ground. He's hoping he's okay. I think he'll be okay. And I'm sure he's in good care over there with the trainer and the medical staff. They run a pretty good show at Ukrainian Rugby League. And again, hats off to Mr. Rugby League in Ukraine, Artem Artasurian, for getting this all together, for pulling this all together. The touch finder with the penalty. Does it find touch? My goodness. Calamity at the back here for Lviv. Was that a knock on? I think it was. There's no flag up from the touchy. Maybe the player here in question took a boot, an accidental boot or a knee from the player coming through from Rivne. There's a knock on against the Tigers. So Giants have got the ball coming up here. But we're almost out of time. 14-4 it is. As I say, the presentation of the cup will follow this game. Here come the Giants looking for a try to add some respectability to that scoreboard. Klementenko rises to play the ball and they spread it to the right and they'll score out wide. Here they go. The Giants will get their second try in this match. And Pocatello is the one that goes in. He comes up with the 4 points. Pocatello, the try scorer, just evading the clutches of the would-be defender and the thumbs up from the touchy. Hence, the scoreline is 14 points to 8. And I dare say Pocatello will try now to convert his own try, and that will complete proceedings on field, that is, in Lviv. The presentation to come at the Ukrainian Rugby League Nines very shortly. The kick for goal is an absolute cracker, as good as we've seen all day. Beautiful kick, and the margin back to 4 points. Full time is almost upon us, surely. Referee checking his timepiece. Giants are in formation. Lviv waiting to get the ball. It eventually arrives. So we might have 1 or 2 final plays here. Let's see what happens. Tigers in possession, leading by 4. Pass over the top, fumbled by the Tigers. That leaves the door ajar. It's been towed through. Ball on the ground, could go anywhere. And that is it. That is full time. And so Lviv Tigers hold on. Certainly not impressive. In fact, hang on. We go to the wide shot here. It's a penalty, is it? The referee has spotted some sort of infringement. Unbeknown to us, looking at the pictures. And so we've got a scrum feed here for the Rivne Giants. Now there's a kick in behind the line. Tigers are back there. They clean it up. And that surely will do us. Yes, indeed. That is full time in the final match of the Ukrainian Rugby League Nines of 2025. The presentation coming up shortly with the Cup Kings, Harkov Legion 13, to pick up the trophy once more. But the two teams now about to come together, showing mutual respect. But congratulations to Lviv in front of their hometown supporters. They win. It wasn't pretty, but they get the victory against Rivne Giants. Tigers 14, Giants 10. So the players leave the field, the match officials leave the field. After the 10th and final game on the program. So the players come towards the southern end of the stadium where the presentation is going to get underway in the next few minutes as we look at some of the highlights of the Ukrainian Rugby League Nines. This is the match between Harkov Legion, and there's the man of the moment, the veteran, the iconic Alexander Skorbach with a gift try against Donetsk region. And Skorbach and co showing their class once more. Through the middle and on the edges, they had too many aces. Donetsk, to their credit, kept plugging away, going for the one-pointer. Wasn't far off the target either. Plenty of people getting on the score sheet during the course of the afternoon. Remembering that we did get underway just after 10 o'clock this morning local time. Legion 13. With just way too much firepower once again in Ukrainian Rugby League. Whether it's 13 aside or 9 aside, they've got all the answers. We often rave about Skorbach, but he's got a great support cast. And no doubt he brings out the best in his players. Does the evergreen Alexander Skorbach. That was Vedler scoring for Rivne Giants. He was one of the shining lights of today's action. As we see some highlights for the host club, Lviv Tigers. It's the big man going straight through the middle once more. The number 10, bullocking customer in Hishenko, who certainly can hold his head high. He was one of the better players for the Tigers today. And of course, all the games played in very good spirit, which is something we've become accustomed to with rugby league in Ukraine. And player welfare of paramount importance, great camaraderie, great respect. And in fact, I used the term before, a lot of love, which is pretty evident on field, even in the heat of battle. So the presentation being made here to the teams. Runners-up medals and so forth being presented as we speak. Rivner Giants, the first of the recipients. And now it would seem this is the runners-up medals for Lviv Tigers. So congratulations to all the medal recipients. Something for them to treasure. And that young boy there, really, that's an image that I won't forget for a while. The son of one of the players there coming forward and accepting the medal on behalf of his dad, and the officials obliging. Beautiful stuff here in Lviv, in Western Ukraine, as Legion 13 come forward with their medals as the winners. Again, well done to Ivano-Frankivsk and his people at the Ukrainian Rugby League. Stand with Ukraine. I'm sure there's plenty of people still standing with Ukraine as we speak, and that will continue to be the case. Quite remarkable. I've said that a number of times today. And there they go once more. The Cup Kings lift the trophy yet again. Legion 13, champions of Ukrainian Rugby League, nine-a-side Rugby League in season 2025. So a magical moment for Legion as rivals, on-field rivals come together, which again, another great tradition of rugby league in this part of the world. What happens at full time, that's put to the side, and players coming together, showing so much brotherly love as they pose for some photographs here, some wonderful mementos, no doubt, for the players and their loved ones. Photos and images that they will treasure, I dare say, for a long time to come. Again, a big thank you to Mr. Rugby League in Ukraine, Ivano-Frankivsk, and his band of loyal and dedicated volunteers. It's a team effort, but he's one of the most amazing figures in international rugby league, Ivano-Frankivsk, and I'm surprised they haven't given him some special award for how he has kept rugby league alive in a country that is at war. Quite amazing what he has been able to do to keep the show on the road. Well done to all 5 teams for taking part. And again, a big thank you to our production team, our broadcast team, the general himself, Vitaly, Yuri at the coalface, a small but hard-working team. A big thank you for their efforts and professionalism over the past few hours. It's been, again, a great pleasure to commentate on Ukrainian Rugby League. We've had the privilege of doing this for a number of years now. It's something that we don't take for granted, and here's hoping that at some point we will be in Ukraine at a place like this to call Ukrainian Rugby League live and free from the commentary box at the actual stadium. That's something that I'm certainly looking forward to when peace finally comes to Ukraine. A big week coming up for Ukraine, of course, in the countdown to Independence Day. And that was something that struck home before the kickoff of the first game today, when the national anthem was sung and 1 minute's silence was observed in memory of those who've lost their lives in this conflict. Our thoughts and prayers continue to be with those who've lost loved ones, including those in the Ukrainian Rugby League community. We'll leave you with some final pictures of what's happening in Lviv right now, but for now, I'm Jason Costigan saying farewell on behalf of our broadcast team. We'll catch you next time for more Ukrainian Rugby League. Bye for now.